Welcome one, welcome all, and welcome to TDL Asia 14. My name is Finnick, joined by Angry Sun. We are in the semifinals of tonight's tournament. Manta Esports on the Radiant side, Karsten's first pick off the coin flip. They are on the Dire side. I'm joined by Angry Sun. How are you doing today?
You know, it's been a little bit of a long day for me. A couple birthday parties, some delicious Peruvian food, but excited to cast some Dota. Been kind of missing some pro Dota, honestly, even though this is kind of... I've been watching more of the kind of the qualifier stuff, so this is kind of actually kind of right up the alley here. And a lot of the similar bands coming out here from those qualifiers, the Nature's Prophets, the Lion bands, a little differences too. Spearbreaker, not really one that's super hotly contested, same with Batrider, but I imagine there's some specialty heroes going on for both sides. And we're curious to see what Karstens want to ban and what they want to lead into with that first pick. Still a lot of really strong offlaners, notably here. So Doom, Centaurs, and the like, all could potentially be seen here.
Yeah, we've got a lot of interesting heroes in the meta, but Karstens opening it up with the Earth Spirit.
It's a unique one. So I can't remember this, and my memory is failing me at the moment. We casted a team where they had the most godlike Earth Spirit player I think I've ever seen. Was that Karstens or was that?
Yeah, that was post nerf too. I actually can't remember if it was Karstens or if it was Ooh, I'm trying to think, because that would be TDL Asia 11. I'm gonna look this back up.
At any rate, the hero I think is okay. He's not like great.
It was Kai.
He doesn't really.
It was Kai. That's right.
Okay, so I mean, you can make this hero work. Now, I will say with this meta, you want kind of like a mix of damage here, and you see that a lot in this hero right here, Ember Spirit. So he's kind of like the perfect hero, I would say. He abuses the most broken item in the game right now, Mage Slayer. He does a good amount of both physical and magic damage, and he scales really well, and he's active early. Earth Spirit, I will say, does do a lot of damage late, mostly spell, but spell damage is still good to have. And he can build Shivas, which is also one of the most broken items still right now. And he plays pretty fast, but I don't know, man. I feel like this hero has a bad lane, and I feel like if Manta's picking the Ember into the Earth Spirit, they know how to play that lane. I feel like this hero can kind of stumble if you're not getting the rotation, so we'll see. We'll see. They, they potentially they flex it as well. Could always be a 4, but not so hot on Earth Spirit 4. Really, I think want to see that mid lane matchup, and I'm curious to see what their mid laner on Karstens, does in that lane.
You know, a couple of heroes that I've been seeing pop up a bit in terms of win rate that I personally always love seeing. Winter Wyvern as both a core and as a support. Right, if it gets picked core, it's a 2-3. And both teams have picked their mid laners, so I doubt we're going to see it this game.
Yeah, that Winter hero, I mean, it's the Mage Slayer again. And honestly, like Oblivion staff in general, just being able to build like a little bit of mana regen, a lot of attack speed with Blitz Knuckle, and then the actual intelligence as well for a little more mana regen. And a little bit of magic resistance. It's just a really good item. So I found on a lot of heroes, you just want to build any of the Oblivion staff items. So that's Witchblade, that's Mage Slayer, which is probably the most broken of the 3, and then Orchid, which builds into Bloodthorn, which is insane amounts of damage late. I think I would like to see Winter this game, though. I think she does have a lot of good save. It's a lot of flexibility in the draft, so maybe Manta picks that up second, or Karstens picks it up, adds a little more flexibility. I think the hero is still a little slept on, kind of weirdly enough, even though it's still pretty popular and pretty good. Like, I want to see that. And another one that actually isn't seeing any contestation right now, which is a SEA classic, the Doom. So I imagine that's going to get picked up either here or very soon, maybe with the Grimstroke, for example. But Doom, very hot hero right now, and very good with the new kind of build that people are going nowadays.
Yeah, Grim Doom seems like it could be fun. Also, Doom into the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit definitely does not like that one. I'm interested as to what they're thinking with this Brewmaster ban. I haven't been hot on Brew this patch. The rest of these picks make a lot of sense, though. Abba's been an absolute menace. Meepo has been an absolute menace if you got people that play it. Although you haven't been playing any Meepo this patch, and I'm kind of interested as to why.
It's more of a carry nowadays. I think mids, I mean, they've had for a while, but especially this patch, I feel like you got to get on the map early and you got to do stuff like ball up with your heroes. So in this case, it's going to be Pugna Earth Spirit balling up, kind of trying to make moves around the map, push some towers, get some ganks, And Meepo, like, having these farming cores in the mid lane is really bad. As a carry, that hero is broken. He does too much. Disperser, the best kind of carry item in the patch, gives him way too many good stats for him, and the AoE Dispel with movement speed. He has too many saves. But as a mid, again, kind of got to do more things. Also, Ember, like, when I see Ember and all the things he can do early, it's like on Meepo, I gotta farm. I don't know. I want to hit heroes this patch. I don't really want to, like I said, hit creeps.
Either way, support's being picked up by both teams. We go for the Venge for Karstens. Mostly being played support right now, although she still can be played 3. I don't think we're going to see that from Karstens, but there's the C Classic Doom for Manta.
They were setting up for that. If you see the Grimstroke instead of the Doom, it's kind of like a call out. I will say, the Ruby pickup is really good against the Venge, but I will say, Grimstroke Doom against Venge, not as good. Just inherent saves against that combination, not that great, but very good against Pugna, as Doom nowadays does not let you heal. You can still use items, but you can't heal at all. And Karsten's responding pretty well, I would say. It's kind of the classic Doom answer, the Medusa, or nowadays at least with the Medusa. You have no HP pool, so getting Doom doesn't do that much. You have one ability, but if you have a lot of items, you just have split shot on your passive on, and then just right click people. It works out pretty well, especially when you have a swap save. But I feel like they might lack a bit of damage here in the kind of early-ish mid game. Might have to supplement that with the 3 pick here.
Yeah, I'm curious as to what they're even thinking for 3. I mean, as we already mentioned, like, Winter Wyvern's an option. I don't think it's a great one this game. If they're like me, they could put the Venge 3 and get a surprise support pick in. But I don't think you want to play the Venge 3 into the Rubik all that much. So what 3 do they even pick?
Yeah, I mean, Centaur is like the meta pick. Like, you kind of hit the ult button, you can run away from all these heroes, even if you're binded together. The hard part is playing Centaur into Ember Spirit. The chain lasts for, I think, like 2.5 seconds or something, so it feels really rough. But other than that, they're pretty good at running away from these heroes. I don't want necessarily like a greedy pick, although you can do that on Karstens with Earth Spirit, especially a hero that really wants to fight early. Kind of really just kind of get into the thick of things, and so you can allow your 3 to kind of have a little bit of space, so maybe like a Wraith King to supplement some of that damage later. I just feel like they might get ran over if they lose these lanes. I've seen too many Ember Spirit games where he just pops off in the mid lane, gets the Mage Slayer, no one has damage anymore, and you can't kill people. But we'll see. The hard part too is they have first pick, so whatever 3 they pick has to just be a good solid option for the patch, which is kind of why I'm leaning towards Centaur.
Well, I mean, if you want to win a lane, Venge is a good way to do it.
True.
If you have someone to combo with her, because she does a lot of damage early.
Tide would have been interesting with the Venge, just a bunch of minus armor. Not hot on the hero, but it's an option. At this point, again, I can see Venge. My one consideration of Venge is then what do you want as a 4? I mean, you can put Hoodwink potentially. That could be good. But
Hoodwink, Witch Doctor's another good one with Venge. It just wins the lane kind of auto. But that's if you go Venge 3, and I don't even think that's the kind of draft Karstens is picked, right? Because then you literally are just playing 4P1 at that point, which isn't really the meta right now, because you have 2 very active cores that don't really farm a whole lot, and then a Medusa.
Yeah, they have a little. I mean, this draft looked really good a few patches ago on Karstens. This looks like a very stable 7.33 draft. With the Pugna mana dumping into the Medusa being nerfed, with Earth Spirit not being that great anymore. They definitely have kind of old flavor, but it's still pretty reliable. So they just need a good solid beefy boy, potentially someone who supplements damage early to really kind of get them into those later stages, and hopefully it's just a good doesn't get super hard counter laner as well. So I mean, needs a very specific horse on 4 legs that can stampede over people.
I mean, Centaur did not get banned. It was the Watermelon and Slardar, so I assume this is a Centaur pick of Karstens. There isn't really a whole lot. I don't necessarily like it into the Doom, but at the same time, the Doom's gonna doom your Earth Spirit every fight anyway, so, like, you're not really in that much trouble. If your ult gets stolen by Rubik, it's a problem, though. Gonna go Night Stalker. I mean, it's good to get on top of this Grimstroke and the Rubik for sure. You can get the silence on the Doom as well. It can knock him out of a fight pretty quickly. I'm just concerned about the Ember Spirit into it.
Yeah, another, like, if you chains this person, and if he gets BKB, it's kind of unstoppable, but I do agree with you, those, like, early fights get a little awkward when he's just light chaining you and you just sit there for a while. I always like Night Stalker with Spirit Heroes, so I always like that. It can get countered in the lane, though, and out of all the heroes that can kind of lane counter it, I think Jug is... I mean, he's not a great hero, but he's definitely, like, a good option, just, like, strict lane-wise.
Jug or Ursa or Monkey King or a lot of options.
Yeah, he's not, like, the most stable laner, so I picked the Morph.
Okay.
I mean, it's a good, like, farm lane. I think Morph doesn't necessarily... It's kind of like a ubiquitous carry nowadays. Like, if you don't know what to pick, you pick Morphling. They don't necessarily have answers to it. They have Silence, but if he just goes Manta, it's not a big deal. They have Night Stalker, but if he goes, you know, it's a good BKB game, so... I like Morphling. I just really am high on Doom this patch. They have a lot of the more of the, like, traditionally broken heroes, I think, on Manta. Ember Spirit's, like, I think one of the best heroes in the game right now, which is funny how that works. They have Grim Doom, which Grim's not that great, but Doom is really good, so I think that's really good. And our Karsten's, like, I think it's going to be all about lane, so if they can get to a start and they can kind of, like, have the level advantage so they don't have to worry about not having damage, I think they'll do well, but... This Medusa, like, needs, like, 20-25 minutes, and she doesn't have Night Stalker or Spirit to kind of supplement that. It's going to be a quick game won by Manta here.
Yeah, maybe it was made on the Earth Spirit, actually. Now I'm thinking back to it for TDL 11, because I'm trying to remember what... like, for some reason I thought it was Kai's mid laner, but maybe it was because we had... Maybe... Hold on, I'm checking something.
I am, unfortunately, really bad with names in general, so not a good person to ask. I think this will be an interesting matchup for sure.
No, that's right, because we did cast Manta versus Karstens, not Manta versus... No, because Manta versus Karstens would have been second series day 1 instead of day 2, so we wouldn't have casted that. Unless we did Karstens versus Team Rookies, which I think we may have actually, so it could have been Mad Maid, actually.
Prepare for battle.
I mean, I know it was a level 30, and Made It is currently a level 30 Earth Spirit.
Yeah, so
it
I
does
think
give
it
me
actually was
confidence.
made. Now I'm thinking about it.
All right. Well, this guy, for anyone that did not catch that, this guy's Earth Spirit was insanity. Played incredibly well. Kind of dominated the whole game, carried into the late game. And this hero still does have incredible late game scaling, especially with Shiva's. He's a very good item for him. Gives him a lot of armor on a hero that doesn't really get a lot naturally, and gives a lot of good spell lamps. So I'm curious to see what he goes. If he goes what he goes first. I think most importantly probably goes to the Spirit this game. But I'm very excited, and I think this mid lane matchup, just knowing that it was his, like, it leans me a little more towards Karstens. Still favor Manta, but this guy's Earth Spirit, I'm telling you. Hyping it up. It was real good.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how... I mean, it hasn't really changed at all since we last saw it. Even with all the nerfs, but at the same time... I'm still a bit concerned about this draft overall. We see Manta playing aggressively for the runes. 2 runes apiece. Blade Moose taking a lot of damage from Kimizu off the start. Another thing, some teams have been shifted and moved around. Last time we casted Manta, they had Kimizu on that position. Last time that we casted Mana, their position 3 was still Kimizu, but they actually swapped out 4 as Drick is out, and in is Eris, previously of Team Kai, as their officially their position 1, but I think he played other positions as well. So, some mixing it up after the new year for these Philippine-based teams.
Things are going very well for Manta early on. I'm a mid lane player, so first lane I always like to draw attention to is the mid lane. Ember Spirit took E level 1, did the classic push E into, or use E to push into tower, then hit W on the hero. Looks like he's doing it again to kind of secure these creeps and getting very good CS here. If he gets the early bottle, I think the lane gets pretty easy, but other than that, it's going to be on these Earth Spirits to make these rotations early. And we'll see if he's able to kind of get that tempo off of those early rotations here. Because lanes, once he gets level 3 or 2 Boulder Smash, it's kind of a wash. He's just going to clear the lane, smack it a little bit, unless Earth Spirit's like really dominating early.
I'm actually experiencing some network lag right now. Although, normally I don't really experience this, but hopefully we're good. The upload's fine, haven't dropped any frames, but I apologize for the stutters you're seeing, because these are network stutters, this isn't frame rate. Blade Moose in trouble, goes down to the Fade Bolt.
First blood. What is this?
Pretty clinical. I like the level 2 Infernal Blade on Doom. Usually you see the Dooms, they want to take Devour, they want to start getting gold early, but goes a little bit aggressive, knows that they can get a kill with the tossback. That is a master tier Rubik at play there, boys. It can still be a good strong laner if you can get the right clicks in.
I'm wondering if this is on the right server. I made the lobby, and I could have sworn I made sure that it was Singapore. But... are you experiencing network lag at all now? Or is it just me?
I think it's just you. The games were looking pretty well for me right now. Okay. Especially like I like to look at like the highest, I guess the highest skill cap per se. So I like to look at the spirits to see if there's anything, but nothing going on here.
Okay. Now I'm just wondering what's eating my download speed. You know what? It's probably like a Windows update or something like that. Hold on.
That is quite possible. Windows does have the tendency to update without letting you know.
Nope, Windows does not have updates to install. Is Steam updating something? I mean, it shouldn't if I have Dota going. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm only talking about the lag right now, but this is very much unwatchable and uncastable for me right now. And I'm sure it's unwatchable for you guys as well.
I'll give a little bit of mini updates here. The Doom is currently demolishing the top lane. Morphling did die bot once, but he's kind of recovering a little bit, and Grimstrike's putting the hurt on them. Lane's going pretty favorably for Manta. Mid lane, like I was saying, is kind of a wash right now. Made going Tranquil Boots first, so he knows he's gonna be experiencing the harass here. Making aggressive moves, but I mean, we'll see. We'll see how these lanes gotta keep developing here.
Leon may be in trouble, but actually, I literally can't cast this. There's too much lag.
Oh, well.
Like, I can't even see Grimstrike abilities go out right now. It's not good. I'm gonna restart my Dota client, actually.
Is that a Night Stalker blood grenade? I'll give the... I'll do my best at play-by-play here. Doom now has the point in Devour. Just gonna start getting some last hits here. Medusa sitting on low mana, but she should be okay here. And Ember Spirit, 28 insects versus the 24 and 3, so not dominating per se. Though with that 3rd point in sight, is going to start putting in the hurt on Maid here, who has the Tranquil Boost coming out in Courier. But once again, 1k lead for Manta here. They're actually, again, making it work early on, which is not a good sign for Carsens, in my opinion. Oh, and good rotation by the Grim, which Night Stalker's going to fall up too. So both mid laners going to die in the mid lane. That's, I think, going to benefit Ember. Although if I look at the fight recap here, slightly benefits Orcosets, but did cause the Night Stalker to kind of have to go towards mid. So Morphling going to get a little bit of pressure off of him. And I'm curious to see where both Earth Spirit and Ember Spirit end up going. Earth's going back mid for the 6-minute rune. Ember Spirit has the Revenant now, so we'll be able to contest that. And denied by Rubik, of course. Pesky supports. pesky supports. Otherwise, around the map, both supports for Manta actually getting a little active here. Might look to link up with the Ember. Rubik kind of, I think, starting to make some stacks, going for the 7-minute Wisdom. Grim going back top.
I think we're good now? Question mark?
Nice. I not good at play-by-play.
I don't even know what it was. Like, I ran a speed test and my download speed was fine. So, just weird Dota-specific lag, I guess.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
Apologies
Welcome back.
for that, by the way. Sometimes...
Sometimes it'd be like that. No worries.
Camp's in trouble. Top side, getting the Stroke of Fate and the Inkswell out. According to the Twitch chat, apparently it's been happening in CN and C regions with weird lag. Interesting.
Wonder if there's some slight Dota server issues going on there.
Perhaps. Otherwise, apologies for lack of play-by-play for the first 7 minutes of this game.
We had a color caster trying to do play-by-play, okay? So it wasn't a lack of it. But,
with no visuals, because it was all blanked out, because I was trying to adjust my Dota client. Bot side, Gohan. I'm in trouble from Blade Moose and Leon, baby. They're going to look for the dive behind the tower. DP's here, though. They got the silence off with the Night Stalker. In comes the stun. The magic missile good enough, but the strength shift comes out. This is a dead Morphling, but the TPs are already in from the Manta side. They're going to take down DP first of all, and they're going to look for Leon Baby next. I'm behind the teleporter right now. Cooch spots him out. Already used the Dark Ascension, so he does have that free pathing, but Manta really want to get this Night Stalker.
Not gonna get it, unfortunately, so gonna lose the Morphling, trade out a support for it, a trade well worth for Fricker Sense. Got the phase boots coming up for Night Stalker, and oh, wait a minute.
Oh, Rolling Boulder. Got the Magnetize onto the Morphling as well. Silent, stunned up, goes back into the Strength Shift. Key's on his way down. Gohan stays alive. A little bit of a Strength Shift to get out of dodge for the Morphling, but now the man's will full shift back to Agi and begin farming. Continuing to move on to the Ember Spirit. They got a great silence and the magic missile for the kill off DP. And Karsten's showing signs of life despite going down pretty far early in the laning phase. As we take a look at the net worth, top two, Doom and Ember Spirit. Doom to be expected. The Morphling, about even with the Night Stalker and the Earth Spirit. So things actually looking not too terribly for Karsten's. Would imagine they want to win the lanes a bit more than just not lose them this game, but...
Yeah, like I said, it's going to be... I mean, Earth Spirit, 3,800 Earth, what does he have? Going into the Spirit Vessel, I think that's when he's going to be particularly strong. Very good item timing. Maybe they can connect on this Ember Spirit. He's just kind of a hard pick now that he especially has the chains.
Slight chains. Blade Moose gets away from the Pugna, but in comes the Stroke of Fate for the kill. Or get away from the Rubik, I should say. Still, that Mage Slayer on key going to be pretty important this game up against the magic damage coming in from the Earth Spirit.
So another thing too is that, like, I mean, you don't ban the Ember Spirit, which I get. Like, you can't ban every hero, but he's a very good Mage Slayer builder, and I'm pretty sure Mage Slayer completely dumpsters Earth Spirit. 40% less spell damage over 7 seconds. Can't really dispel it that well. I don't know. I mean, we'll see how this draft keeps playing out. Maybe Made can again make some sick Earth Spirit plays we saw from him previously, but once Ember Spirit gets that Mage Slayer, it's going to be very hard to control the map on the side of Karsten's here.
Yep. Could just been doing a great job on the Inkswell boy himself. Key, though, has to get out of dodge with the Remnant. And in comes the rollout onto Eris. Getting the stun back with his own magic missile. Great stroke of fate. But in comes Leo Baby back with the ultimate, and the Doom lands right on top of the Night Stalker. He's forced out, but a huge magnetize lands onto all 4 members of Manta that are in the area. Made running up the hill. They really want to get on top of Key. They take down one, but Made falls for it. In comes Key again with a great Remnant, but he gets taken down by the magic missile, a DP, and the Night Stalker finishes off the last support. 1-4-4 in favor of Carstens. They're going to get away with a gold lead there.
Made it so sick, dude. That was a 4-man magnetize that saved that engagement. If they didn't land the magnetize, Manta was going in. Ember was ready to go. And even afterwards, you see, like, you have a bunch of heroes low health bars on Manta, but they say, okay, I think we can do it. I think we can do it. They get the Earth Spear, but they just get baited in by the magnetize damage. Nightstalker is able to clean up. The support's able to clean up on the side of Carstens. Beautifully well done here. Now Morphling, I mean, he doesn't really want to be mid. It's not the best place to farm on the map right now. I mean, he's doing okay in the game, but Medusa, now top of the net worth here, got the Yasha on Q. Or got the Yasha, excuse me, Manta on Q, so very, very strong here.
He really diving this T1 bot side. He's got both supports.
Oh my God, he's
running
going.
it forward. DP running away. In comes Blade, moves the stolen swap from Eris onto the DP, but she gets it back around with a magic missile onto the Rubik. He goes down to the Earth Spirit as Key takes down the Pugna on the side. Was that a stolen swap or was... No, DP had the shield. That was a clutch swap from DP, actually.
So, you play Avenge. What do you think of this phylactery first item coming out for the Venge support here?
So I play Venge 3, but Phylactery is actually a good item on Venge, as we see the slight change onto DP. Even as a 3-player, occasionally you'll build it kind of as an extension item. Not Phylactery, but the item that builds out of it that I can't remember the name of. Has a funny name. I can't remember it.
Wakanda Forever.
Oh, yes, that one.
The good old Kanda.
Yeah. Kanda's actually a very good item on her if you ever get the gold to use it. But, like, typically if you're playing Venge 3, it's a more right-click centric build, and then, you know, you're going stuff like Vlad's, which is really broken right now. So, Pavis, I think, is good for supports. It's a lot of damage. It's very cheap, so you can get that damage in early. And Vengeful, especially early, just anything that increases her damage for cheap is going to be good on her. But as you see a little smoke on smoke action, the ships will pass in the night.
Dire are scanning.
They were like right within distance too. I thought that was very funny. Just both have the same idea, but both going to different sides on the map. Yeah, I think the Phylactery is good in a bubble, but I feel like they might need saves. Maybe they do need the damage from it, seeing that they don't really have any damage.
It also builds Diadem, right? So you're getting 18 raw stacks on a Universal Hero. And anything that builds out a Diadem is good on Venge as well.
Yeah,
though
that's true.
DP in trouble with the Blink Dagger being revealed from Kimizu.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, my man went first item blink. I didn't even... That's what happens
nice
with Doom.
Nice chains on the Blade Moose. So both supports go down. This Blade Moose heals up a bit, but here comes Key. He's got that completed Mage Slayer, so that Earth Spirit's gonna be in trouble. Oh, great telekinesis!
Well
Stolen
done.
rolling
Holy.
boulder! Made getting body blocked by Key right now. He sticks, gets the kickback on Key, rolls away. A follow-up roll from Rubik. Eris really wants to get made right now, but he's able to dodge back through the trees as Leo Baby, with the aid of DP and the Dark Ascension, finds a Morphling bot side.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So, I mean, Carstens is doing the best they can. They don't necessarily have the most damage. They are getting kills onto this Morphling. That I believe that's, yep, number 3 for the Morphling there versus the 1 the Medusa on the laning phase. But it looks like Manta here now realizing, like, we got to kill this Medusa at least once, so we can't let her free farm. If they find her, that's going to be great. But, I mean, they're going to see this camp farmed and then this camp farmed going. Do they want to venture that deep? Not particularly. Yeah. So,
Completed Manta, coming for the Hurricane Pike next item. Well, what do you make of this?
Radiant's bottom tower has
So the Hurricane Pike's like okay. I mean, she's got to get away. I think the extra attack range isn't the best.
Blink, Inkswell misses, but Made going back around. In comes the Ember Spirit, but he's silenced up with the Night Stalker. He's really trying to get out as best as he can, but the Magnetize lands on a 3. Ember Spirit barely able to get out, and the leash lands, but Kimuzu very low. Great roll. Kimuzu runs away. The Inkswell, not good enough, and the completed Spirit Vessel for the kill. Roll and a kick back on Eris as the other support dies. A swap to keep the Rubik at bay, and 3 for 0 bot side in favor of Karstens.
Dire's middle
I gotta say, Karstens are playing this beautifully here. They're playing on the tempo of the Earth Spirit very well, knowing his limitations. Every time Night Stalker ulti is on off cooldown, they say, we gotta go, go, go. The first item, Blink Dagger, on this is Night Stalker. Normally, it's a little bit of like a, I don't know, is it gonna scale? But he understands this game, like, they are playing 4 Protect 1. They just gotta go, go, go. And he's actually gonna go, did I read that correctly? Mask of Madness on the Night Stalker. Another,
Rolling
unique
Boulder,
approach.
they got the Doom onto the Earth Spirit. This could be a really big kill if they can get it with the DD rune off key. Leon Baby TPing, or blinking, excuse me, landed silence on the Earth Spirit. He's trying to run away, but he cannot. DP ends up getting the kill with the wave, and now Cooch slopped and stunned away. The leash lands, a buyback on the Ember Spirit. He wants to get back
good
into the fight.
chains.
An absolutely massive blink in from Kimuzu. There's so much damage on the table right now as Gohan trying to tank up. You got some damage out. In comes the Dark Ascension. Kemp's running away. He's got enough mana to survive for the time being, but the Vengeful Spirit gets absolutely deleted, and Gohan moving in using the stolen body
Gotta get the
of
Medusa.
the Night Stalker. But another blink, another silence. They could get a dieback right here, right now. A great telekinesis, but Key, he's caught up in the Spirit Vessel. He's trying to run away. He's able to. Made, getting body
good block.
blocked by Eris. Great, well done by the Rubik. Kimuzu's here. Slight chains in. They're going to keep going, and a nice move by Morphling to kill the Earth Spirit, excuse me, not the Ember. Blink for the body blocks onto Kemps. They're really going to try to get this Medusa now. But the TPs are coming in from DP. In comes Blade Moose. He's giving the mana back.
Oh, the
and
damage.
the swap. Good enough. No. Kimuzu on a killing spree now. They're keeping on, moving on. They've got the Inkswell on the 2. A great blink from Kimuzu. DP very low. Gohan chasing up the T3s alongside Key. Gets the slight chains onto the support. Blade Moose getting away from that. That was a very messy fight. Karstens up on the back burner, but in comes Leon off the respawn.
That's the C Dota. Oh, they're still going too.
Silence lands though. They got the telekinesis back. Running away, the leash lands. Keeping the Earth Spirit and the Night Stalker at bay.
That's the C Dodo, I know. Just a 2-minute fight at 17 minutes. Ember Spirit buyback, which I was questioning at first. I was like, well, he's got to get the Medusa kill to be worth it. He's got to get the Medusa kill to be worth it. They get it after a minute after his buyback. So, I mean, well done by Manta there. Coming out ahead on top. Getting the Medusa down once. She's still top of the net worth, but getting your Morphling engaged like that, he's not the fastest farmer, so any kind of kills you can get early are really good. He's going to have the Manta. He's going into the Conda on this hero, which I think is kind of a meme, but if you can get the damage, it is a lot of just like good bursts, and it seems like both teams are kind of just like blowing each other up. I think most importantly, Ember Spirit needs BKB. He's getting silenced too much in these fights. Mike is getting on top of him too much. He needs to just be able to just do stuff in these fights. As he actually disconnects here. He needs to be able to do stuff, and Night Stalker has gone the build to just stay on top of him the entire game. Going BKB himself, he's going to just stay on this man. He's going Basher as well, just stay on Ember, kill him, kill him, kill him, make him not do anything.
Yeah, I mean, I've identified the story of the Ember, but quietly, Gohan had a massive fight, right? He was towards the bottom of the core net worth, now he's at the top. And as you mentioned, he's going for this Conda, which is not something... which is an interesting option for a Morphling. Of course, anything that gives raw stats is good on the hero, but still, I mean, he gets a lot of waveforms in, like adaptive strike. Maybe it's good. Maybe it's
kind of like an E-Blade. It's kind of like an E-Blade Light back in the day. So you used to go the E-Blade, adaptive strike. and just be able to one-shot Unga Bunga heroes. He gets a lot of damage naturally as Morphling because he just goes full agi a lot of the time. It's still not like as much as you would think, having played it a couple of times. Like, it feels okay. I mean, it's a good like extension item. I do want to highlight the Vlads here too. It's kind of what lets Morphling get engaged in a lot of these fights. You'll see a lot of Morphlings go it. You can disassemble it, so he already has part of the Conda. He can potentially, I mean, he won't do anything with the Ring of Basilius, but he could go Satanic later if he wants to. What all does Vlad have again? The Buckler. I don't think he's going to do necessarily anything with the Buckler, but just mostly for the Conda and this potential Satanic as well. So, and as well, we saw there, the 18% bonus damage does a lot for his team and a lot for himself as well.
Yeah, I mean, Vlad's, I think, is a very strong item this patch. As you mentioned, the ability to just disassemble means that it's less situational than it was previously. But, like, a lot of heroes that previously were previously, like, you'd keep out of going the Vlad's path because, like, you would never use Helm of the Overlord or before that, can't even remember the name of the item when it was broken. Wraith Pact, yeah, there we go. Right, now it's back to where it was before the original change was to make it part of Helm of the Overlord. Where it's its own thing, it can be disassembled, and now just the raw stats on it make it a very appealing item for a lot of position 3s especially. And a stolen swap. Actually, it wasn't even stolen, DP's just got it. Eris stole something else, what was it? Wave of Terror. I keep thinking it's a stole. Like, I have to pay attention to who has the shield on one of those swaps.
Oh, Doom mid.
being used mid. This is a dead Earth Spirit. And quietly, Doom, he's got a Blink Dagger, he's got his BKB coming on Courier, he's got a raw Helm of the Iron Will. Could go into quite a few items there. By quite a few, I mean basically 2, but...
Oh, he's going the Shivas. The Shiva's timing on Doom, if you haven't seen it, by the way, for anyone watching, is so much damage on the Scorched Earth, it's kind of unreal. And when you cast Doom on somebody, and you have the amplified spell damage coming out from your Shiva's active, heroes just kind of melt, and you can't heal through it, so it's like 70 damage amplified by 15%, which I'm not, like, the best, like, mathematician, but it's a crap ton. And will kill a lot of heroes, especially that Earth Spirit, so...
But I thought you went to tech.
Yeah, we did. We were worked with letters way more than numbers in engineering, unfortunately. A lot of variables. That's an Aegis, by the way. And a Kaya Sanj Ember Spirit, not a BKB. The status resistance notably does not help against the Night Stalker, so I'm guessing he's just gonna play on the skirts on the edge of the fight. We see the Ags being built up here too, so probably just gonna go in after the fact, just play the I'm better than you game basically.
Dark Ascension, bot side. Only good for a kill onto a support. That is a large cooldown committed for not a whole lot. And the Flaherty is completed by Gohan. And Gohan actually didn't disassemble the Vlads for the Flaherty, so he's just going to keep this raw Vlads for now.
Yeah, once he has the Conda, that's when the Blades of Attack is going to be used. So,
okay.
Yeah, he'll have that eventually.
But I thought the Vlads had a point booster in it for some reason.
It's got a lot of items, in fairness. It's got like 4 things that just get like jammed into there. They're like, yeah, throw like a Buckler, maybe a Ring of Basilius. Yeah, he's got to have the Morbid Mask and sure, Blades of Attack. So, it is a fair assumption, but
no.
Kind of the awkward thing about this item is like, I mean, you can. It's fine selling the Ring of Basilius. Ideally, you can get something out of it. Although you don't really want to build Arcane, so he'll probably have to sell that. Selling 2 things isn't like the best, but again, it's got its worth this game. He was able to farm up, he was able to join the fight early, and he was able to kind of take over the game from there. Not the highest core, that would be Medusa, but very, very close behind her.
I still find it funny how you're able to Medusa morph off illusions.
Didn't even necessarily need to. I mean, he's like morph duration, so it's kind of in his best interest to keep morphing whenever he can, but it's not like he's farming with the Medusa morph. He's casting W and then going back to morphling, which I think is even faster, so kudos to him.
I mean, he uses the Manta on the Medusa illusions to push.
Ah, that's true. That is a good point.
Dire's bottom
Key
tower
all alone top side, but bot side T2 falls in favor of Manta. The good news for Carstens is that they didn't lose in 25 minutes, which is their primary lose condition. The bad news for Carstens is they're still 6k down, and they're going to lose the Vengeful Spirit. Still, a two-man Magnetize comes in from Mate. He's got the BKB back as Leon maybe absolutely deletes one support. Eris goes down as well. And just like that, it's 2 for 2. Key comes back in. Kemp's trying to get the Stone Gaze back out. Still, 3 cores versus 2. Made getting healed back up by Blade Moose right now. Kemp's getting Blink Centaur stomped. In comes Made. He's getting some damage. Gets the rollout
So
as well.
much damage.
Onto the Doom. But no, he cannot survive through this. The Pugna goes down. So does the Doom. And the Rolling Boulder out from Made.
It's a very messy fight coming up from Manta here. And every messy fight, the Medusa gets more and more items. She's going the item which I thought she was going to go second. Now, that's the Disperser. Gives 40 agility. The mana burns, but it's really about the Dispel, the speed up, and just the amount of agility this item gives now. Build it on basically every carry. I expect we might see Morphling build it, but we'll have to wait and see.
When you're up against Medusa,
yeah.
I feel like you kind of have to.
Yeah, especially against Medusa. I mean, you build it every game anyway, but especially against Mana Shield Hero. Yeah, I don't know. Like, every messy fight, this Medusa gets ahead. It's not looking out too great for Manta. They're still 6k up, but it's not quite clicking altogether.
And that's where I wanted to say is, like, yes, Carstens are 6k down, but they have the Medusa factor. She is the highest net worth in the game. Gohan's going like a pure magic damage build. He's going for the E-Blade now, so he might not even go for a Disperser.
has fallen.
And at that point, you know, you've also got Key going in towards magic damage build. He's got his Veil of Discord going in towards the Shivas. The Doom also actually opting off the Shivas. What builds is already Tiara and Ultimate Orb? Or I'm actually
Maybe
curious.
good old Octarine core going in right there.
Oh, Octarine. Okay. Look, they keep changing the builds of these items.
They do. That is the truth.
Swap, DP, the leash lands though!
Double Doom!
Absolutely massive! The double tune onto the Earth Spirit and the Vengeful Spirit, even the BKB back out. There is no escaping with that Earth Spirit. Down goes the Pugna as well. They've already used the Aegis. Pause in a DC from Key. Very unfortunate time to be lagging.
Ember DC. Well, that's fair. I have to say, it's looking
that wasn't
real
even
convincing.
that was Aegis reclaimed as they took the fight. That wasn't even a used Aegis.
No, yeah, but they didn't need it apparently. These fights are looking really convincing when you can get the double Doom off, especially when it's on the Earth Spirit. That was the near perfect engagement. Night Stalker, like, he was getting really good like angles early on, but he's not getting them anymore, unfortunately. Even when he pops the ulti, it's just a little too late. He doesn't quite have the survivability. He's getting the BKB now, but realizing like he's kind of in trouble going the Nullifier just because of all the save they have on the support specifically. I'm curious to see with the morph, as we have going back into this fight, I'm curious if this idea on the morph does work. This E-Blade kind of anti-carry build coming out here, just gonna blow people up with the W. We'll have to wait if it works against the Medusa, who does get a lot of agility, but it doesn't seem convincing, but we'll see.
Oh, yeah, the fight continues. Leon Baby does take down a second support for his troubles, but all our eyes are on Kemp's. Buyback from the Pugna.
Good chains.
Medusa completely out of mana. Blade moves trying to fill him back up. In comes the blink from Kimuzu. Getting the stun out. Leon Baby, though, blinks onto the high ground. Finds the silence onto Gohan. He's got to run away, but he's got no mana. In comes the suck from Blade Moose. Leon Baby using the Dark Ascension to go up over the wall, but Gohan stays alive, morphs into a Medusa, and gets away.
Oh, nice Darker.
Forcing the BKB out of Leon.
I mean, they didn't lose the top tower here. Do you have the disperser coming out on the Medusa now? Now, I will say Medusa is all of the damage here at the moment. Earth Spirit has a little bit, but so far he just has BKB. A Spear Vessel is building into that Lincoln's, but notably as well, is only level 14.
Supports. Actually, maybe not.
You have some survivability and supports, and that's kind of the big thing here too. Is oh my god, they just keep going.
It's a weird place to chase. DD Rune picked up by a key. Rolling Boulder out of the way. Nice blink from Kimizu. Gets the stun, the knockback.
Oh, good push.
Lands from Maid. They still want this Earth Spirit. Great telekinesis to stop the roll, and a stolen roll to secure the kill.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, may not have the best of games. Currently sitting at the bottom of the net worth. I mean, he had some really good plays early, and that let Karstens stay in this game, right? But right now, he's just fallen so far behind. He doesn't have gold. He doesn't have stats. He's going for this Lincoln Sphere next item, which, you know, builds off of an ultimate orb, so it's good stats for him. But still, not the greatest.
It's hard, man. What do you build in this hero nowadays, you know? You can't really build any of the top items. Maybe Shivas, but he needs the Lincolns. He needs the BKB because they have too much just general disable going on them. The first pick, Earth Spirit, looked really good when you can go Blade Mail hard every game, but now that you can't do that, when you have games like these, it's just hard to play.
Blade Moose caught out top side.
Oh, pinging out Night Stalker too, but
Yeah,
gonna let him
Kimizu's doing a
live.
great job on this Doom this game as well. He's got the Octarine. I assume now's the Shivas.
he might feel like because the Ember already has the Shivas. Oh, Ember doesn't even have the Shivas. Ember has the Shivas recipe though. I think actually is coming on Courier. Well, was coming on Courier, but Night Stalker killed that.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh, that's
well,
real.
Night Stalker.
Oh my god.
I mean, what can you do? Like, that's a
Did you
GG. That is a GG right there.
So you did catch the Morphling just out right-clicking the Night Stalker with illusions and killing him during
Yep.
ulti?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
I mean, like, you know, sometimes it's not worth it to call a game. Of course, you got buybacks, but or sometimes you can't really call a game this early, right? And of course, you got buybacks, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That
I'm
hurt.
just thinking about preserving morale to the next game. Like, you're getting blown up in every single scenario. Even if you have the Medusa, she survives, but she's not doing enough damage to make up for the lack of damage from the rest of her team. Still, moving in on to Key. He's got the Disperser. Key gets out.
And Gohan, yeah, okay, so he is going the Dispersion next item. It is just good agility for the Adaptive Strike as well. It's hard, it's hard. I mean, this is your timing. They're smoking out now. What do we have going on the Medusa? The Scotty as well, so... Actually, not even the Scotty, just the Ultimate Orb and the recipe. But this is your timing. If you find the Dew, which you have here, might be good.
Kimizu, BKB, TP, and comes a swap. So that has been committed. Kimizu running away. The rest of his team not going to help him.
It is a very important pickoff. I mean, Doom just gets a lot of hyperinflated net worth. We saw there he was 610 plus another
Rushes up.
900 split on 4 heroes. And then also, as you pointed out there, leads towards the Roche play, which Dire did scan out and sees that it's safe, so I'm going to smoke up again. Look for another protective potentially, although it looks like Manta is hiding on this ward right now to see what they do. They guess the Earth Spirit?
They do.
He rolled it in?
He goes in! No! He gets a 4-man magnetized, but he might trade his life for it. They get the leash back up, and he gets rolled away. Key trying to run away from the Disperser and Kemp's ulti. In theory, that's an absolute baller magnetized, but No follow-up damage from the rest of Karsten's. Smoke comes out. Moving in towards Roche Pit, and Life Drain was actually stolen by the Rubik, so they're all full health again. Ready to go. 7 seconds on the Doom. He has the ability to TP the outpost here. I don't think you want to keep doing this one, Karstens, but in comes Leon, baby. He's got the ultimate, keys into the pit, gets stunned back up with the Vengeful Spirit. In comes Gohan on the backside of the fight, ends up taking down one support as the buyback comes in from the Ember Spirit, who's gone down. Counts in trouble. In comes the Doom. The swap to get the shield back onto the Earth Spirit, but the Medusa's stuck in the pit all on her own. The strength shift and Gohan's here. They end up getting the Aegis on top of Key, and that is disastrous for Karstens. They lose both of their important cores right at the end of the fight. And 2 kills and a buyback for 3, but the person who bought back now has an Aegis.
It was also lined up, as he bought back there, lined up with his courier respawning. So he had the Shivas for that engagement, so the just overwhelming amount of magic damage coming out there, absolutely unreal. We see the Doom investing for the Refresher Orb here soon as well, which double Doom with the Soulbind is going to be 3 dudes coming out. Unreal. Like, kind of the weird thing about Doom nowadays is that now that it doesn't mute until you get the 25 talent, you can kind of BKB TP away, but you just die in the fountain anyway. So these heroes don't really have escapes to this Doom. It's just an inevitability that's going to happen from this magic damage here. I mean, if they get another fight, they can maybe look to kind of try and dissect the Doom, blow him up early. But even then, like, I don't know. It's just hard to play against this hero nowadays. I feel like you gotta like really be prepared to know what you're doing against this Doom. He just does too much damage. He kind of just we're back to where we were before these nerfs.
I feel like after you commit the Magnetize, you just shouldn't. You just shouldn't take that fight with Roche, right?
Yeah.
Because like the respawn's coming back up, you don't melt it that quickly because you don't have any sources of minus armor on your team outside of the Vengeful. So. I mean, hindsight's 20/20. You see a Roche, you take a Roche, especially when you're down like that. But I think it's still a marginal play at best.
I admire them trying to do it, I will say. Like, they just don't quite have the Roche damage. Medusa's not like the biggest Roche dealer, unfortunately. Maybe if she had the Butterfly, it could be good, but unfortunately, just didn't take it quite fast enough. And Ember Spirit had buyback again, so able to kind of clean up after the fact. Getting an Aegis on him is very big here as well. Almost has the Ags. Once he has that, he's just going to be running out of the fight. I mean, I thought he needed BKB, but Night Stalker's is getting shut down so early in these fights. It's kind of unreal. Talk about a hero that had so much impact early on, but just they found a couple pickoffs. They know how to kind of deal with him and play around him. They're just shutting him down over and over again. Really well done for Manta to kind of isolate that hero and kind of identify that problem and just kind of nip it in the butt early on.
And he's the dedicated nullifier builder for this team right now. Just trying to do something about this Morphling. But or the Ember or literally anybody. Doom with an Inkswell. But
alright, Triple Doom online. I have to imagine, yeah, there's a smoke on the backpack of Grimstroke. So smoke up as 4, maybe go towards the Morphling, and then just get the Triple Doom, get the highlight reel, and potentially close this game out.
Yeah, Manta's doing a really good job this game. Fell behind a little bit to Karstens early on, but you know, as we were kind of mentioning, Karstens needed to outright win lane phase, I think, for this team to really do what it needs to. Like, yes, once again, you still have Medusa on your team. She has Disperser, she has the completed Scotty, which will help you out against Morphling somewhat. Going into a Daedalus, and then after that, it just... like, what else do you have on your team? Medusa 25, no, she's 23. So maybe they can get some sort of uneven fight going once Kemps hits 25, but I think that's the only way Karstens gets back into this game.
It's just like harder to solo carry games nowadays, unfortunately. You need like a little bit of net worth on somebody else to present a little bit of a threat. I mean, I feel like carry players especially know this, like, and it's why Void is so popular, because he's one of the few heroes that can solo carry. Like, if you're a hero like Medusa nowadays, and you're the only hero with net worth and the only hero presenting threat and damage, like, yes, the Earth Spirit has a little bit of damage, but realistically, like, it's just you, right? So they're going to focus all of their efforts just, like, shutting you down and just diving you. And with that net worth on supports, with kind of offliners playing, like, pseudo cores nowadays, like, what do you do?
Well,
Doom
they're gonna
just
try to get
beaking
the
you.
pick on a Doom, but they get the Doom onto the Night Stalker. Swap with the shield from DP. Gohan, though, steals the magic missile, and the Pugna dies just elsewhere in the fight.
My
He's
God.
back in, get another Doom, that one being double. DP goes down, or DP's illusion goes down, excuse me. And it's a dead Dusa. Only buyback remaining on the Dusa. So yeah, didn't even notice the axe came out for the Vengeful Spirit. It just is so late in the game. Now, grant you, my perception is a bit warped because I play Venge 3, which is literally you rush that item every game. But,
Dire's middle
you know,
tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower
I mean,
has
literally only Phylactery Aghanims this game. It does not feel good to be one of these supports.
And that Phylactery did real well for, like, I think 3 minutes, but I feel like if she had, like, a save item, maybe if it was, like, the Solar Crest, which isn't super popular nowadays, maybe if it was, like, Force Staff or another Glimmer, could have potentially helped some more, but
I mean, you
I
can't
don't
go
know.
Solar Crest on Venge. Like, but the other thing is, like, realistically, like, what save item do you get? Like, it's not like you can do the thing that Venge used to be able to do, which is, like, buy mana boots and then disassemble into
has been killed.
not Octarine. Thing that extends cast range.
Aether Lens.
Aether Lens. Like, it's not like you can even do that anymore.
My
Oh
God.
my god. What kind of damage is that? They're gonna try to get one more fight out with this Medusa, perhaps. They got the Doom, or swap out. Gohan goes down.
That's
Key's
two
here.
people.
We got the Magnetize on the Key, and a Doom on to Leon. Key's in trouble. I mean, Manta just absolutely overextended that. But the unfortunate thing is that Megas have been called, and it's 38 minutes in. So even with the 3 kills going over to Karsten's, you know, as we take a look at buyback status, they just only... Actually, they have it on 2 out of their cores, and almost have it on Maid, so... Maybe they could make something out of this, but they can't really push too hard. They've only got 2 T1 towers right now.
They will not have buybacks for long in this Medusa because she is looking towards that Divine Rapier. It makes sense at this point. Like,
Yeah.
you have Megas. Gotta throw the Hail Mary pass. Is one of the best, I always say this every Medusa cast that gets a Divine, one of the best Divine Rapier carriers in the game because of the split shot. Although I will say this game doesn't have the Chrysalis or / the Daedalus that makes it actually really, really good. Just has the Divine. Just gonna go the Divine, which makes it like okay. I say okay. It's still like 350 damage, but just not nearly as good as it could be. So we'll see if she's able to get that and if it's able to make a difference.
Well, you also
Again,
need
when-
the 25 for the Divine to make a huge difference, and right now you're still sitting 1,500 or 1,300-ish XP away.
I mean, she won't get the True Strike, but she will at least get the damage. Oh my God, they've almost found her. They take the portal. That's the real question. Okay, not going to. I think she can get the XP. That being said, it's just the okay, makes
Well,
sense,
Courier
I'll
is
cut the
going out to grab it, so she might actually hit 25 by the time it goes. Smoke for Manta, though.
whip. The
Nope.
amount of damage this Morphling does top.
Swap from
Oh,
DP
my.
just to get the extra shield. Gets her abilities refreshed in the form of a illusion. It is almost a 25 Medusa, but the Doom comes out. Force Staff back in the fountain, though. Kemp so close to level 25. Has
refresher.
the Divine coming on Courier right now, but a double Doom lands into the stuns as well. Kimizu's around, gets the BKB out, made his scout for so long, as is the Medusa, and a dive under the fountain for Gohan. Double kill, GG called. And Manta Esports take game number 1.
I have to give it to Carstens. Like after how laning phase went, which wasn't the worst, but I really thought Manta were just gonna kind of steamroll them. But a couple of really good plays from both the Night Stalker as well as our good pal Made on the Earth Spirit. They kept it pretty competitive, but once Manta found the winning formula, man, they just cooked all day. They kept going and going and putting it, just giving it to Carstens for it, so it's worth. So well played by Manta to kind of take a foot of that game after a kind of rocky start.
And with that, we're going to take a quick break. When we return, game number 2, Manta Esports versus Carstens. Welcome one, welcome all, and welcome back to TDL Asia 14. My name is Fennec, joined by Angry Sun. Game number 2, Manta Esports taking game number 1 in the semifinals series. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket, UB Warriors actually taking down the Immortal in their first game of the series.
Dire team back. Radiant team back.
And we'll see how the drafts changes. Manta
10 seconds
opting for Radiant side and Kirsten's. Instead of having first pick like last game, they're going to take
5
second
seconds
pick.
remaining. Dire team back.
And Venge being bad. I think that's actually a decent level of respect Manta's giving over towards Kirsten's, because that Venge was pretty potent early and did make some good plays late.
Radiant team back.
Mars Band is definitely a specialty hero. Hero's kind of back-ish. People still have realized like, we can still play him. The new items gonna benefit him, especially Vlad. So if you got a Mars player, it's good to ban it, and the Ember Spirit ban makes a lot of sense as well. The one ban for Manta that makes me really sad, my favorite hero in the game, Primal Beast. I think he's incredibly broken, but people don't really play him, so please don't nerf him, Valve. Shivas works really well on him.
No, you get to nerf the Primal Beast because Ice Frog nerfs all my heroes. Like, they're good for one patch. One patch. Not even a whole patch. It's literally just like an A patch or something like that they're good for. And then Ice Frog nerfs them into the ground, and I'm forced to no longer play my favorite heroes. I have to play Vengeful Spirit 3 because it's the only hero I can play right now that's any good. I like Venge 3, but still, no Bristleback, no Leshrac. I feel sad.
Yeah, Bloodstone was a little too good, unfortunately. So, still very niche on certain heroes. I like it on... oh, who is I playing on? Kunkka. It's really funny on. Manta actually going to be on the Earth Spirit, speaking of which. And, oh, here we go again. So, Carsen's, for a little peek behind the scene, picked second pick instead of first pick. Did not ban the Doom. Doom, I think, completely slapped them up last game and showed how good this hero is. So I hope Carstens has an answer to that. I feel like it was pretty easy to tell that it was coming. And we'll see what they want to kind of do in response. The problem with this hero is, like, with the way he just kills people nowadays, like, you kind of just have to pick something to stomp him in the lane, or you pick, like, Wraith King that doesn't care about being doomed. Like, Wraith King kind of sucks. And, like, this hero still does a lot of damage to everyone who does get doomed, so I'm not too sure. I think like you gotta out-tempo him, but he's not really going Midas anymore, so he's not like an out-tempo hero. This hero kind of does it all now, is what I'm saying. And you need to just, like, address him early in the draft, like, with lane counters.
The problem is some of his lane counters are, like, really good into him lane stuff like Monkey King aren't good into him anymore. Or worse against him late in team fights because of the healing reduction on Doom, right? So, you know, your picks like Earth Spirit, or not Earth Spirit, sorry, Ursa. Don't know where I was thinking Earth Spirit from. Your picks like Ursa or Jug or Monkey King, all these heroes that really just like healing for a lot, don't really work against Doom outside of laning phase anymore.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I would say Monkey King especially gets hurt by that because he just wants to sit there and right-click you, so good luck healing nerd through that. Jug Kid at least on me before the fight, so it's not, like, the worst. They go with the Tiny. I think Tiny is, like, a good, like, pseudo-answer. It's kind of like Venge Light. You can toss people back to kind of save them, or you can toss Doom into your team and potentially blow him up before the fight starts. I think that's what you have to do. You have to get the initiation. Don't let him get, like, the free fight to pick his Doom target. Just make him blow his load early. And just kind of, like, hopefully beat him early. We'll see if Tiny can do that. I don't want to see this hero mid. I will note that. I think mid Tiny has been a trap for a while, even though I see a little bit of Conda meme, and I think Conda is pretty good on the hero. I just don't want to see it mid. I think it does too much as a 4, and I think it's, like, a pretty good 4 even at that. That, like, it's kind of like the inverse of Earth Spirit. I feel like Earth Spirit's, like, really good mid, but really bad support. I feel like this hero is really good support, really bad mid. Don't put it mid, please, Carstens. Thank you.
Well, I mean, But the problem is, like, Tiny doesn't really do anything to address the lane if it's a 4 Tiny, and I don't think we're going to see a 1 Tiny in 2024, so...
Radiant team back.
The year of our Lord 2024. Spearbreaker and Brew being banned, those were bans game 1 by the Manta, so I think Brew is actually... It kind of goes both ways against Doom. If you get the Brew Sweat early, he's really good. If he's able to, once again, choose his jumps, it gets really bad, so it kind of is all about who you have surrounding the Brewmaster as well. And Spearbreaker, I mean, you don't really want to Doom a Spearbreaker ever, because if he has W up, it's like a 1-second Doom, and then you feel really sad, so... we'll see what Carstens want to draft for, so they are second pick, so they get the pick afterwards, and then Manta gets 2 picks of their own. I really hope to see the Grim banned, or you better have an answer with the Grim, because it's the easiest snap Grim of your life if you're Manta. They're probably debating that right now if they want to ban Grim or a decent hero, which I think, again, goes back to... I mean, they're banning the Mars because they're scared. This Bat Rider ban, I mean, Manta, I think, has a pretty good Bat Rider player. Okay, Grim ban, thank God. Maybe you could have banned Grim first phase or banned the Doom first phase even. I think that hero definitely warrants it. But either way, you have it now. We'll see what they can concoct. Potentially a Link Inspire as well, so maybe Universal Carries go up. Like Abaddon, maybe, but it feels bad against Doom. I'm not sure.
The other thing is I think Carstens needs to have more than 1 damage source this game. I think last game, you know, Earth Spirit can fit that bubble if he gets ahead, but definitely not as strong as it was when you had that Blade Mill into Heart build. So I want to see more damage. Nature's Prophet does give you that, but it does make me a little bit concerned. Because if this is a Nature's Prophet support, it means it's probably a Tiny Core.
Could be Nature's 5, Tiny 4. I would be okay with that. You need a 1 that could potentially be left alone, or you need to win the lane super hard.
The problem is you need to win the lane super hard against Doom. Unlike Nature's 5 doesn't really do that much, right?
Yeah, he's not the best, I will say. I think the strength in Nature's is obviously the TP. It's very good kind of influencing other lanes. But I will say with Tiny, you can potentially... It's like a give and take game, right? So Nature's is going to leave the bottom lane. Sorry, they're on Dire, so he's going to leave the top lane, go towards bottom, get a kill with the Tiny, and then Tiny could potentially pair it forward, potentially with the mid, to then kind of crap on the Doom. It's not an easy like draft to execute. I think Nature's in general, like, he is the strongest support in the patch in my opinion, but he requires a little bit of finesse and a little bit of, especially in team play, like people kind of know how to deal with him now. That hero, I will say, Rubik does not, so that's definitely a comfort pick coming out for Manta. But I will say Rubik is very good against Tiny. And I suspect this next support pick, yeah, I was gonna say, is gonna address the Nature's in some way, and then Techies, who has had a very, very high increase in stock as people realized, wait, this hero does damage still, and have kind of just jammed him in a lot of games. I think he's very good, so very, very happy to see that hero, for sure.
You know, part of me just really is hoping that we get to see, like, some sort of screwball pick. I'd like to... You know who's really good right now, but, like, requires a specialist player that I want to see one of these teams pick up is Visage, right? Like... I actually wouldn't mind it if, like, Carstens picked it, right? Depending on what they think the lane matchup's going to be.
I could see it. I think maybe against Techies, I mean, Techies doesn't blow you up because of Graveskeepers, but it's a little rough into... Well,
because you're into a Rubik,
Taser.
right? Because this is... Because the Rubik is the 5. They go for the Slardar. This was banned against them last game. I have not seen a whole lot of Slardar stonks. Like, I've seen it in a couple of games, and, like, as always, if Slardar gets ahead, he's an absolute menace, but he needs to get ahead for that to happen.
You don't see your carry, so, I mean, it's going to be hard for that to happen. But you do have Tiny with Nature, so maybe they feel like any lane is good. So, here's what I will say. One of these heroes...
It's Tiny mid.
It could... Alright.
It could be Snap mid, but it's Tiny mid.
I've seen some Snap mid, I will say.
You
and
play
I've
Snap
wanted
mid.
to experiment. I used to. Hold on. I'm reformed. I hated that hero when it became universal. My favorite kind of Snap, and the way he's not going to build it, is the go the W, or sorry, go the Shard and go all the Kisses talents
Troll.
and just rain down Mortimers. Now, Troll is a really good pick into that. Here's what confuses me about Karsten's draft. Is that Slardar, I think, is a good pick, but you have to kind of build around it. Nature's is a good pick, but you kind of got to build around it. Snapfire is a good pick, but you kind of got to build around it. And so you have a little bit of minus armor going on with Snap and Slardar. That's like a little bit of flexibility. You have a little good mix of magic and physical damage, but it hasn't quite gelled into like cohesive team fight. And when I look at Manta, you can kind of steal a lot of good spells with Rubik. You've got a lot of burst damage coming from techies. You've got Doom, who is an absolute menace at all stages. Haven't really addressed the Doom. Maybe in your last carry pick you can.
But
Razor would have been a good one.
Well, the
it
thing
just
is,
doesn't feel right.
The thing is, if you address the Doom, you're not going to be able to address the Troll, right? They've kind of created this problem, Manta, where like no one on Karstens right now wants to build a Yule Scepter, like at all. No one on Karstens can kite at all. And if Karstens is picking a 1, which it's very likely that they're going to pick, they're going to have to pick someone who can kite and somehow still deal with this Doom. So, like, maybe, like, a Drow with Ags or something like that, but I'm grasping at straws here.
I think Drow might be the best bet, honestly. Like, it is, like, the minus armor is really good with Drow. You take all the additive armor out, so then it's just their base. She deals 100% of base damage, so bada bing, bada boom. There's your kind of synergy piece. I would say Meepo would have been a good one, too. But Manta kind of identifying that. Someone who either, like, makes a lot of units, doesn't really want to play the game against Troll, and might be hard to catch. I think PL is, like, really out of favor, but potentially, like, Phantom Lancer. But it could get blown up, could get doomed. It's not, like, the easiest pick. I need, like, I want, like, a risky
banned against
pick.
them last game, so I could go Naga if you're thinking illusions. Terrorblade's really absolutely awful right now, so I doubt they're going to go T-Blade.
And then they cover the illusion pick, too, with Queen of Pain, who doesn't have, like, the best win rate by any means, but I think the Ags build is still really strong and does a lot of AoE damage. I love Queen of Pain. It's one of my favorite heroes in general, so very always down to see that hero. Yeah, I think illusions or, like, elusive or sumness. I'm not sure.
Luna? I think she just gets run down this game.
That is tiny mid. Oh, I'm so sad.
I don't like Karsten's draft at all. Like what does, like, once again, they're in a situation where the only way they really can win is if they win their lanes. But I don't see what Luna does to win the lane against the Doom, and Slardar and a Troll is just miserable for Slardar because you can't actually land a bash to save your life, right? I don't like it. I don't like it.
All right. Here's the Karsten's win condition, because I want a game 3. Always want a game 3 in C. I think C has the best quality of games on average to watch. But Manta, I think, has the better draft. But I will say, if Karsten's, they did okay in the laning phase last time, with Maid running around as Tiny. Earth Spirits, or Tiny's kind of like Earth Spirit Light, if you think about it. So
it's also Nature's 5, because Blade Moose is playing it. So maybe consider that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah. I think Blade Moose is gonna. I think they have to win the Slardar lane. That's the most important lane to win. Then they have to give that back a little bit, back to the Luna, make sure C's not having a bad game. So crap on the Troll, then crap on the Doom. Hopefully you get your 2 cores ahead. If they hit the timing where Luna can kind of be really strong, Doom has like Blink BKB, but isn't scaling very well because he didn't go Midas last game. People aren't really going Midas on that hero anymore, unless it's like super greedy. I can see it. But I think Doom is a threat. I think Queen of Pain is a huge threat. I think Queen of Pain is like very strong if she gets the right game, which against Tiny, it's a hard lane matchup to say the least. And I think Troll has a really good lane too, so they got to make some rotations happen. They've got the heroes to do it, but it's not easy to do.
I mean, not only does Troll have a good lane, like no one on Karsten's actually deals with a Troll, right? Like they have no way to kite him effectively. Like they have Avo, kinda. They have Eclipse and Lucent Beam, kinda. Wow. I guess you can build a Yule's on Snapfire, but I think this Troll's just gonna run rampant. I'd love to be proven wrong, though.
Maybe he backpacks his Quelling Blade. So I haven't seen a lot of Battle Fury Trolls. I've seen it. It's between Battle Fury and Maelstrom. Sometimes Diffusal too. You just go like a fighting troll build because Disperse is so broken. Maybe he backpacks the Quelling Blade and then Sprout becomes really good. Kind of the good thing about Nature's Prophet, kind of on a little bit of an unrelated note, is that you can build anything you need for the game. So for example, this game, I think they have a lot of spell damage, so you really need Mage Slayer on a 1 to 2 heroes. So maybe both supports go at need like some way to kite the troll. Maybe that's Yules, maybe that's Force Staffs Run Away, Glimmer Cave, something like that. So we'll see if Natures can get ahead. I think the 2 heroes to like fight on Carstens where they really need to do something this game is Tiny. Like made on the Tiny and Nature's Prophet Blade Moose. If those 2 heroes can kind of sync up on some ganks in the offlane, then Maid can come top and they can sync up some more ganks. I think Carstens can make this kind of rotating draft work, but they have by far the harder draft to execute. We'll see if they can do it, but it's not an easy road to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to execute, but once again, like, they need to win lanes. I think, as you mentioned before, the onus is kind of on Blade Moose to do that. Right, you have to win this Slardar lane, because Slardar from behind does absolutely nothing and feels miserable. Luna always has a way to farm back into the game. Tiny's...
Tiny.
You know, he's not the worst laner in the world. He's just into a quap.
30 seconds.
And in fairness, like Quap laning has been nerfed quite a bit, even though she can heal a little bit on Shadow Strike. She's not the strongest laner anymore. He can do it. He's got a lot of health, just 0 armor, gets right click down a lot with 2 points in Shadow Strike and the slow. But you know, maybe.
I don't know, man. I feel like this one is either really quick in favor of Manta or really quick in favor of Carstens. I don't see this one going long.
No, this definitely feels like a 25-minute barn burner either way. If this game goes 50 minutes, by the way, I don't know what Carstens is going to do. They don't have heroes that like super scale. I think Tiny does a good bit of damage. Luna kind of falls off. Slardar, I mean, he goes the build where he's super tanky, but usually needs people to deal damage on top of that.
Look,
We'll see.
You just get a Moon Shard. Easy.
Easy game. And then you have the Ags Quap killing you. Did go E level 1 on the Quap to secure creeps, so very standard start. Once she goes the Blade or the Shadow Strike, so when you should be scared on Tiny. Like he's got to get denies early on to stop that. If he doesn't get a deny, actually gets denied in the lane too. Uphill battle to be sure.
Yeah. I mean, it's one good thing about the starter line is the Snapfire is actually pretty decent here. Originally I thought this was going to be like Slardar Nature's Prophet, which I was less good about. I think the Snapfire does put in some of the deficiencies that Slardar has against Troll, but I mean, we can see Fade Bolt is just such a powerful spell in lane, and really with only a 1 point Scatter Blast, DP doesn't have a whole lot to do this level 1. And meanwhile...
No.
Yeah, so this Nature's Prophet hero, I think as a 5, he's just not good enough in lane. I'ma be real.
People have gotten real good. You gotta get real clever on Nature's Prophet nowadays. We've got Quelling Blade on both. Actually, Quelling Blade coming out on the Techie, excuse me, but level 1's probably doesn't do too much damage, and people aren't really getting locked in too much anymore. Doom is already getting the kill, has the point in the Devourer, so he feels great. Like, they gotta make some magic happen here. I think Luna with the Blessing, Luna's Blessing, this is one of the best pairings with it. You know, you both right-click a bunch, and Nature's Prophet with that extra damage does help a lot. We'll see. We'll see. He's got to make TPs happen, though, so if he gets kills in the bot lane, maybe it all works out, but kind of what I'm expecting to happen. He's got to make moves.
Interestingly, though, Maid's actually up in CS mid.
Yeah, it you know, he's got high base damage. He's gonna get some last hits. Looks like Key is focusing more on the actual hitting of the Tiny, which makes sense. But it's a lot of health we'll take care of. But we'll see if he wants to kind of keep going into that Shadow Strike. Another deny is very good by the Tiny. I mean, if Maid can do it, I'm telling you. That's kind of the key here.
There as well. Kimazu gets Blade Moose again topside. Like here's the thing. Like I think Nature's Prophet is a great 4 right now. Like that's the thing. It's just like Nature's Prophet great if he just leaves the lane and helps other people. You know, but just the straight up 2v2 for these first couple levels, especially against the support like Techies and a laner like Doom, it's just does not feel great.
Doom Techies with Blast Off is a lot of damage too. It's kind of the scary part. So the Infernal Blade into the Blast Off. I mean, you only take 20% of damage now in Techies when you go in, so it makes it really potent in the lane. It's hard. They might look for the level 3 timing here too. Oh yeah.
Great Blast Off. Trying to get on a Blade Moose. Gets a Sprout out. Gonna continue to chase. And goodbye. Gonna find Kemps here as well. There's no way for the Lunar to survive this. Eris pops a stick. Gets the reactive taser back off, and the sticky bomb plus another auto attack from Kimizu will do Kemps in.
Got the movement speed on Luna.
Got the movement speed. Kimizu way overdove, but Kemps turned back around and did not need to.
A couple of pings coming out. Oh boy.
This
top lanes.
This Doom feels really good. Mid lane, Maid's doing a great job right now. 18-9 to 14-6, but as we take a look, bot 24-3 to 18-1. Slardar hasn't died, but this isn't the greatest of lanes for the Slardar right now.
Troll here is a strong laner too. As ooh boy.
But I mean, just like, you know, Slardar tries. Can you stop getting kills top lane? We're trying to talk about elsewhere on the map. Oh, Kemps is so dead right now. And Gohan found DP bot side as well. This is just disastrous for Karstens. I mean, this same thing is how game 1 started, but it feels even worse now. No, what I was trying to say is that, like, Slardar can, you know, go in with the Slithering Crush, but the second Gohan gets the melee axes out, Slardar has no follow-up, right? Because you're not bashing him at that point.
Yeah, the power of the blind. I mean, maybe nature is they're looking potentially towards Queen of Pain. Maid's got to do something this game. He's got the best start of his team, which I isn't saying that much, but he does have the best start. He's got to leave, too, with this 3 points in the Shadow Strike build on Queen of Pain, which I feel like sometimes can be a throw if you like have a hard lane and you're like don't have the way to farm out of it with Scream of Pain, but against a melee hero like the Tiny.
I'm gonna try to make this move on Gohan. Can use in 1v1 top. Instead they find Cooch.
Oh my.
That was a good telekinesis, but an even better cookie and Slithering Crush. Into the bash. I mean, honestly, you take that.
Oh, and they didn't get the rune mid. That hurts. I mean, yeah, as you were saying, like, you got to take what you can get, but it definitely doesn't feel good going for the troll, getting the, just like the Rubik. Potentially getting caught out here on the Nature's Prophet. I mean, maybe they go on him instead.
We're trying to go on Eris, but Techi's very slippery. I mean, Gohan's just absolutely free farming right now. We see this Doom, top of the net worth, next is Troll. Bottom is the Quap, but is pretty much even with most of Karstens.
Might get the kill on the Tiny to put this regen rune. He's gonna have to TP out.
Liam Baby getting dope bot side though. No, in a 3v1, the support's completely zoned off, but instead they're gonna play for the 7-minute rune. Try to steal it away from DP, who's got nowhere to run. Tries to get the cookie out of the way. In comes Cooch. Blade Moose picks up one wisdom, and DP picks up the other. Karstens feels actually pretty okay with that one. I say as Gohan kills DBZ and Kimizu gets Blade Moose, but it's fine.
Now, if Tiny gets the kill, they're okay with it for sure.
Trying to get Eris. Toss nearly gets it, and the tree does. Now, I think
this Tiny's got.
I think Karstens is actually pretty happy about that. Manta made the play knowing that the Natures was going to go for their own wisdom. But
this Tiny has so much he's got to do this game, man. And we can see it. He's going first item Blink Dagger. Not even going any boots upgrade. He just needs to do stuff on the map. We can see if he could do it. We've got both supports now going mid to get this 8-mana rune. Very crucial for the Tiny to get.
Another Tiny toss. Sonic Wave lands, though. Eris in trouble. Gets the blast off just as he dies. DP is sticking to stay alive. Here comes Leon, baby. They got the bash onto Key, who cannot blink out of the way. Goes 2 for 1 mid in favor of Karstens. Still have a gold deficit, though. There's good rotations from these supports. Cooch does not have a Quelling Blade, so he is dead.
Gotta have the Quelling Blade, man. I mean, that's a really important pick-off on the Queen of Pain, too. She went 4 points in Shadow Strike, so she can't really farm. That's definitely a throw, by the way. I want to point out. You only go 3 points. Didn't need the 4th point. Definitely want to have the points to Scream Pain, but beside the point. He is going Mage Slayer on this Queen of Pain as well, which is a pretty decent item. And again, especially with all the Mage Slayer, or sorry, the spell damage coming out. And it's just the most broken amount of the patch anyway, so you might as well build it.
Kimizu, meanwhile, is going first item Shivas. Already has the completed Veil. So, you know, our overall winner of lane is this Doom. And a fed Doom is very difficult to deal with.
That's 5,800 net worth and no Midas, by the way. This man is free farmed and is going to get a Nature's on top.
I mean, it's not even farm. He's just 8-0. Like, he's farming heroes, not creeps.
Well, to him, they're creeps. To Doom himself. This man is so strong on the map, I'm telling you. Like, who walks into his lane? He's got Doom now, too, so if you want to try and kill him, you don't heal against him. It's not like Ludo wants to be there. She's just going to hit the wave and then go back to her
Troll
camp.
Warlord bot. Yeah, maybe on a killing spree. You know what? I did say that I needed to get the Slardar ahead. And the Slardar is not ahead, but he's ahead of the rest of his team.
Oh, this is my this is my favorite Slardar build. First item Blink Dagger. So, I mean, they're lining up on the Blink Dagger.
Slardar and for Tiny. That's how do stuff they need. Kemps is absolutely dead here. Kimizu committing the Doom.
Good cancel. Actually, had the Troll TV back home, or to his bot lane, but can't really get him on the kill. Potentially can if they get the Tiny back down here, but Tiny's kind of preoccupied mid. Maybe gets the Queen?
Perhaps TP coming in from Cooch. I do get the Quap. I mean, this Quap pick is absolutely not working out for them, but I think that's mostly the build, right? You went a fighting build and you lost lane.
Why does he not want Scream? This is what I don't understand about Queen of Pain players, man. You went second point and Blink, too. Just hit some creeps, it's okay. I'm telling you, I go E-build every game I can. Gotta hit some creeps on this hero. I feel like if you go... I don't know, man. Probably knows more than I do, but I just does not feel good. Maybe when he gets the Mage Slayer, this will make sense. It's a lot of slow.
Well, I heard, you know... I heard once you get high enough levels of Immortal, it basically just becomes Herald again. So, same Ooga Boogas, you know?
Speaking of Ooga Boogas, top lane, they did find the Doom, yeah. So, that's the biggest piggy bank on the map. All going to Snap. Now, that does suck, but you killed him you took him off the map for a while. So, Luna gets that space, is able to farm up here. Luna's not having like the best game by any means, but she's a Luna. She's the fastest farmer in the game. Went the farming build. It's really gonna be up to her team. Now, did Slardar commit for the Blink? He did. So the other two cores do not farm very well. They farm heroes, so they gotta fight. They gotta find the kills. Gotta find the Dooms that are just on their own, or Queens of Pain, or supports. I don't think you're touching this troll. I think he's too deep. He's kind of too hard. Just gotta find the heroes you can. Yeah. As I say that, smoke up from the supports. I mean, these two can definitely kill anybody too. Now, Slardar might be a little tough, but they get it. It's rough.
Well, they're paying them out. Gotta be careful of the Nature's TP, though.
Radiant are scanning.
Might have been spotted on Vision with the smoke, though. Scan. They find Blade Moose. Off the scan, but looks like they're gonna make a play with the Quap instead. And Gohan as well. In comes the Blink. In comes the blast off. May trying to get away. Cannot, but Eris is very low right now. In comes Blade moves up the TP. Eris goes down, but look at the melee axes from Gohan. He takes down one support. And another one falls. That one being the Tiny. Leon Baby trades back around onto the Quap, but he loses his life for it. All said, 3 for 2 mid lane in favor of Manta, and they'll take the T1 tower to boot.
God, you can just farm with the Shiva's item too. I always forget that. Like,
Yes.
Troll's having 7,200 gold too. I mean, this Quap is definitely like the loser out of Manta, but I don't think she really cares if she gets a Mage Slayer. Like, she'll be tanky-ish. She'll be kind of getting ahead, going the treads into the Witchblade, so she'll have damage eventually. Like, the big winners here again. Doom, once he gets the blink, is going to be an absolute menace. If they can catch Luna like one more time, they're going to be super happy. And I mean, I wouldn't say game, but they get in a real good spot if they get that ward and get that big piggy bank at the Luna.
And Key dies again. Still, I mean, this troll, kind of an inevitability at this point. Didn't go for the, did not go for the, no, okay, he ults. Didn't go for the, I keep wanting to say blade mail. It's not what it's called. Farming item. Blade.
Battle Fury.
Battle Fury. There we go. He didn't go with Battle Fury instead of going for the Maelstrom. A bit more common. Man, I really am just like blanking on my items today. I don't know what it is.
They changed a lot of the items, to be fair, so...
Yeah, but... I mean...
Let's play a game of does Manta get a Wisdom Rune by the way. Oh no, okay, they got one. The techies got one, but Nature's has gotten the other one.
Smoke
that definitely
out for
hurts.
Manta. Place being made mid. Down goes the Quap. They're gonna try to collapse this actually and play the 4v4. But they always have to be careful of the natures. The smoke comes out from Karsten's. Spotter on the scan.
Saw Troll and Vision, but no dice.
Gohan's running away. They might actually find the Luna all alone. Smoke's about to fade. They know the Luna's up here. They just need to find where exactly she is.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
But they won't grab her.
Good intuition there to kind of... I think carries are getting really good at suspecting that play, because like it feels safer than it is. And so like you kind of have to have like a second sense of like, okay, I'm getting ganked, I have to get out of here. So well done by the Luna here. Close to Manta, so she's farming really well, but just this Doom, 10,000 net worth. This Troll Warlord, 9,000 net worth. Like, not an easy game to carry.
Blink in on the Cooch.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I'm gonna try to pick Kimuzu as well. Blade Muse coming in. They miss each other on vision though.
Your Yule's builder, by the way, is going to Tiny, so deciding he wants a Dispel and potentially kiting for the Doom / Troll.
So it's time to play America's favorite game.
America does love Guess That Game, and America, I believe, hates hyperinflated heroes, but Doom doesn't have a Midas, and he's not really like a hyperinflated net worth hero. I mean, he is-ish. As
Screaming
they almost get the
used.
Luna
Camps
first.
comes back out with the Eclipse. Trades away.
Okay, I think before that, I think it was still Manta favorite. I'm going to say like 60-40 Manta just based off that, but Kia's having a rough game, so maybe Dota Plus is not going to like that.
65-35 Manta, actually. I would have thought that Dota Plus would give it closer, but I think they just put a lot into this troll.
Doom!
Well, that is a dead Slardar, as soon as the Doom goes down.
Good luck healing, nerd. It's gonna be a while before... I've been playing against that Doom for a while, and it's hard to get used to. They're looking to go back in, though.
On a Cooch. Well, trading around onto the support does feel nice, but... Stolen Snap Cookie, he's actually getting a telekinesis out on a stun on a DP. Kimuzu blinks back in, Cooch stays alive. And he gets a healing pot. Just absolute masterclass on the Rubik.
Man is a troll to say the least.
Radiant's middle
No,
tower
the
is
troll
under
is the troll.
attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
No, that is too. I'm a notorious troll hater, by the way, but I have to say, like, this man is definitely doing pretty well in this hero so far. Getting very yoked. Has the Manta, so he's gonna be able to dispel. I don't have too much to dispel, but it's good stats at the very least. Going into Mjolnir, and I think that's fight time. Like, take the Roshan.
Oh,
Look for
Kemps
kills.
is in a lot of trouble. Blink getting the slow back around. In comes Leon Baby, but the stun comes in from the techies. They got the Evan toss. Oh my god, a huge eclipse though, and Mortimer's kiss is off the top. And the health bars are just gone for Manta.
Oh, they won 5 too.
They got the eclipse right before she dies into the Mortimer's kisses. The avalanche to continue. That is disastrous for Manta right there.
They're just getting baited. I don't want to keep ripping into this Queen of Pain, but when you see 4-point Shadow Strike and 4 points Blink, like, you want to fight. You really should have 4 points Scream, but that's beside the point. So, I mean, like, the only thing this hero can do is really fight at this point. So, like, Doom wants to fight too. Like, they all think it's a really good engagement, but they don't have vision. They're just kind of running into nothingness. They don't have necessarily the damage level with the Luna super fast. They get it in the end, but I'd still, like, they're just playing sloppy on Manta, I think, right now. Like, he's kind of leading them astray a little bit. They just need to slow down. You know, understand they have this troll inevitability coming in. Like, Luna hasn't hit the timing yet. Just don't give Carsense freebies like that, and you should be okay.
The problem, I think, is, like, as I was saying early, this was going to be a quick game one way or the other. But not if the team cohesion just isn't there for Manta. I mean, they have made some changes in their roster since the last time I've seen them, at least. So maybe they're still dealing with that. But it just doesn't seem like they're communicating well enough. You know?
Yeah, it's very, like, I mean, a lot of that comes down to, like, I don't know if there's, like, a designated, like, shot caller, or, like, they have a good grasp of, like, what the timings are. I mean, they know they have the Doom Blink with the Shiva, so they know, like, that hero is pretty strong, but I'm telling you, this Queen of Pain is in the dumpsters. Like, it's really only I feel like you gotta get the troll engaged, or you just, like, don't take these fights. But he's got the Mjolnir, so that's his timing. He's actually going Battle Fury next, so man is kind of uber greed, but could potentially pay off. Yeah, this is the play I wanted. So into the Roche, take that really quick with Troll Warlord, and then potentially look to siege the outer towers. That's the play Manta needs to make. If they keep kind of nickel and diming away, like, it's gonna be a rough one.
He is level 12.
Yeah, he's struggling. He's going on Midas at 21 minutes. This is not a Queen of Pain that's had a good game. This may have been the first Midas on Queen of Pain I think I've ever seen too, by the way, if he buys it out.
Doom. Blinking in. Silenced by Blade Moose. Good Orchid.
Yeah, good Orchid purchase too, especially, like, punishes the Queen of Pain if she goes greedy. She did. And then potentially the supports as well. I think Mage Slayer still has its value, but I understand why he wants to go the 4-staff this game. They just have a lot of magic damage, and we saw last game, if Doom just is able to just run at you with Shiva's Guard, and you don't have any magic spell damage reduction, like, you're gonna die. There's no other way about it.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Well, Gohan's gonna do troll things top.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top
Gives the
tower
extra gold to Eris for some reason.
Okay, he's going Satanic. I think Satanic is better than Butterfly. I think seeing him how fast he hit the tower, he was like, okay, maybe I don't need this much more attack speed. And is going more survivability. He is under a little bit of threat with this build, though. Troll doesn't have, like, any strength gain. He's not, like, the strongest boy.
Dire's top tower
So he
is
could
under
easily get blown up by Tiny Avalanche Toss, plus some Sapphire stuff. Like, he's got to play a little careful here. Meanwhile, it looks like Carsense is looking to just maximize the map as much as they can, kind of greed it out, split push where they can. Luna is second in the net worth now, so she's making a fantastic recovery here. Hurricane Pike, just going standard items, nothing too special to talk about here, but it's really on Manta. They have to make the moves, and they have to keep taking these outer towers
BKB
with this short
completed by
warlord.
Kimizu. Oh, DP's gonna spot them. Blast
Didn't
off
get
a
it.
little bit late from Eris.
Oh, and they don't get the starter either. Karzen's is playing this beautifully. They're really like understanding where to maximize the map and how to kind of greed it out where they can. Really, really well done here, and buying themselves time like this, like especially when you have a hero like Queen of Pain who's in the dirt so much, like this is when you want to accelerate. If you're in Karzen's, like just keep trying to get ahead of them, play to your 3 strong cores versus the 2 pretty strong cores at Manta, and then a 1 kind of in the dirt person with Queen.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah. Do we want to play Guess the Gaben again?
I give Manta a little time. I mean, they're taking outer towers. Maybe they take this fight mid. Doom's TPing, so it looks like he wants to do it.
Well, in comes the telekinesis. Doom lands onto the Tiny. Still Yules being used. Key continuing on the chase. Don't land the snap kiss though. Kimizu BKB to get away from the slows. Should be enough for 1 kill, but that's a lot committed just for the Tiny. We'll get DP as well. Maybe. There we go.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And these are like it's the plays like this on Manta that you really need to kind of punish this split pushing. Like when they're trying to siege a tower like that and kind of overplaying their hand a little bit, that's when you just got to go, bring a couple of heroes, kill the rats, and then kind of go back to what you were doing, which is group is 5 with this troll whirler, Tyler damage, who does kind of stupid amounts of damage, and just really like lay siege to these buildings.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Leon baby. Blink, slithering, crush. Gohan pops his ultimate. Gonna be able to heal back up pretty much to full. Cuts down some trees. Made Blink Avo toss. Good for the Aegis. Kimizu takes down the tower though. Now Gohan's in trouble. In comes the Eclipse. Able to get away with the stolen Snapfire kisses. Or Snap Cookies. Murmur's kisses go down. Ku's trying to run away, but he's under vision. Fight didn't go all that well for that one buyback. Yeah, that didn't look very good for Manta. I got the tower though.
Oh, I like the smoke. I mean, they're kind of getting exposed with the techies a little bit, but if they're not paying attention on Manta, they've got the ward on the Doom as well. They can connect on it. No more Murmur's kisses, but Tiny might have the damage. We'll see. Why
Doom
not?
up 8 seconds. Oh. Kimizu figured it out.
So I've played, my fair share of Tiny here. I've never thought about building Diffusal Blade, I have to say. So it's clearly going for the Disperser movement speed from my guess, maybe the extra attack speed as well, from the agility. Definitely just want to highlight that one as probably don't do this in your pubs unless you're made, but could potentially be decent. We'll have to wait and see.
Smoke out Manta. Look for DP
found
or
Slaughter
Leon
with Techies
baby.
lines.
Kimizu chases down onto DP. He pops a pipe, so he's actually able to stay alive for quite some time. The blast off takes him down.
They're picking out, man. They've got 1 range creep that they can push with, so gonna use that to its fullest.
Pavis on Gohan.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
That was gross. I actually am
Yeah.
surprised they got that.
That's disgusting.
Disgusting.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Worthy tribute.
Yeah, it's a kind of like a stalled game here. That being said, neither team feeling great about the 5v5 or really wanted to get it. Carsense is making it hard for Manta to find it. In fairness, they're doing a lot of good routing.
Dire are
Um, and Troll's having to kind of go back and clear the waves a lot. He's building in a disperser, again, the carry item in the patch here, so we'll see how long it takes him to get that. Looks like Luna going for the butterfly, which not that picked up. It's just not really that value compared to the disperser. Troll already has Mjolnir, so the evasion doesn't feel that good, but maybe she just thinks she's going to be able to blow him up with the pure agility and damage. It is a lot of damage on Luna specifically, so this, I think, if there's any timing that Carsense has had so far, this would be it. Like, you've got good items, and I think you've got good damage now.
Well, Gohan's got a diffusal now, building in towards that disperser.
I might have thought someone's top. I think Kimizu is reading that one perfectly. Though, saying they're all in that area, guys. We can play bot. I really like that read. Really well done by him. And he's right. Like, all 5 heroes there. Maybe potentially playing for a quick Roche, but it's going to be bot side by the time it's won, so not going to be able to find anything there unless they go bot on Carsense. God, this Nature Zero is annoying, though.
Yeah. You know, as I always say, when in doubt, route it out.
Radiant's top
It makes
tower
sense.
is under
They don't have plays to make on the map, so make some of your own with Nature's Prophet, you know? He's getting farmed, too. He's going Scythe the next item to potentially lock down Queen of Pain or Troll Warlord. I like it. Just more lockdown is what they lock on that team, so just get it from anywhere you can.
Smoke is 5 from Carstens. They're going to spot out Kimizu. But Kimizu will spot them on vision if they pop. And he does. Only sees Leon baby, though. Cruises around, gets telekinesis. Smoke pop on 2 on Carstens. Now they're pinging towards Gohan. TB's coming in from the Doom.
A lot of Techies
Carstens
mines.
is not going to like this one if they go into it. So many mines, and now Manta's smoked out. They're going to take the option into this fight. Just who gets the initiation, really? Blink, Avo, toss. They get it. On 2, the Quap. She goes down. Eris in trouble as well, but Gohan's in the middle of the fight. In comes the ult from the Luna as Kimizu dodges in, gets a massive amount of damage in through the use of the Shivas. But 2 buybacks used on his team. They'll take down 2 supports for it, but that's a core buyback used for not a whole lot more than Roche control. Should be able to get the Aegis off of it, but still, that quad buyback, I'm a bit question mark on that one.
Maybe thought they could catch an extra person out. Just weren't quite able to do it. They will get the Aegis. I think don't give it to the Quap, give it to the Troll. Even though the Quap bought back, you just need to hit towers at this point. Yeah, they're gonna give it to the Troll. I mean, with Roshan's banner, now this objective, or this item has been one of the most impactful, I think. Really, it just empowers your sieges early on and lets games kind of end a little earlier once you get that second Aegis, so once they clear out the waves, they could definitely look for a strong push wherever the Troll's at.
Still, 1k gold advantage only for Manta. And they found Kimizu top. BKB, Shivas, continuing to try to kite away. The bash lands, though. Kimizu with a nice Centaur stomp, but the blades get him. Or the glaives get him, excuse me. Well, Gohan pushing up the top, or high ground.
We'll make out somebody.
On Eris.
I have to say, seeing this disperser in action, like, it's definitely a clever way to get out of a situation if you don't want BKB. Like, just take the speed up and just run away. I kind of like it. It's kind of sick. By the way, here feels like we were at this situation a few minutes ago. Just
Yeah.
Manta can't quite go up high ground. So and Carsten's only move is to rat it out. I mean, they're I think gaining ground in this. Luna's the highest net worth now, going for the has the Conda now. Not what I would have necessarily gone for, but I think makes sense. Maybe the 20 talent for the Moonglaves fired on the Lucent Beam. I see the thought process at the very least. I mean, maybe if they find the initiation with the Doom. He's got the Octarine Core now if he goes to Refresher. Troll has apparently bored of this game. He's pushed up tier 3s. It's a very bold call, and I think he's going to be
Have they
paid
even
for
placed
it.
the banner yet?
I was looking for I have no idea where it is. I assume bot lane. Where are the juiced up creeps?
Telekinesis onto Luna. In comes the Doom, and Gohan's actually getting kited around quite beautifully. Eris gets onto the high ground, though. They get 1 kill for it. Now continuing the chase on the Leon baby. He's running away. Snap Cookie keeps him alive for a little bit longer, but Gohan's already on the chase. In comes the Mortimer's Kisses. In comes the Eclipse, but Kemps is being chased all the way up on
Oh
to
my god, he's
the
going
high ground,
in.
and the ult
Oh my
from
lord.
the Troll keeps him alive. Going into the Aegis now, 3 buybacks out of 5. Gohan continues the push, gets the Manta away.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
It's a successful high ground push for Manta. Oh, Kuch stole Sprout. Blade Moose does not have a quelling blade of his own. Gohan's chasing up on the high ground once again. Doesn't have the ultimate available to him quite yet, but all of these kills, if he gets them, are diebacks. Gets the Snapfire as Leon trades back onto one of his supports. Blade Moose here.
Oh my god,
trying
he's
to get
going
on
towards
key. A good
Slardar.
blink out of the way, and now Gohan on a Leon baby. Once again, if he can get the kill, it's a dieback. Carsten's got none left.
I can't believe my man's just like sat in fountain for like 10 seconds and got away with it, and got 2 racks
Oh,
out
come
of
on.
it.
You're not stuck here with... I'm not stuck here with you. You're stuck here with me. 4 staffed out of the way. Disperser's being used.
Dire's top
I mean, this man is literally just solo pushing high ground right now at 35 minutes. I can't.
This is the first time in a long time I've seen a troll warlord, and I'm like, man, this hero is taking over the game. Like, he's doing a really good job just like pushing down the buildings, understanding his objective is to do buildings, but then ultimately threaten heroes if they come close to him. Like, he's got the moves, and he's making good use out of it. The skill build's very unique too, going for a lot of dispels against a team where a lot of their items that they built can be dispelled. This Orchid that's really annoying, dispel it off. This Corrosive Haze, dispel it off. Like, it's really, really clever, and I'm really liking how he's played this entire game. I think kudos to the Gohan in this game. I think he's played it really well.
Kimizu, Orchid though. Avalanche. Gets the BKB off. Not going to try to TP away. Instead, Shiva's. Uled up by Maid. Tossed again. The Moonglave's coming down into the Snap Cookie. Kemps with the kill. Now TPs as the high ground continues to get pushed by Gohan and company. Just 1 set of racks remaining until Megas.
It was a good bait by the Doom. They're gonna sit on the ward here, actually. Found
Smoke
somebody.
out. And they got the Rubik. The Scream comes through. In comes the blast off. The Techies falls. This could be actually pretty disastrous for Manta if Gohan can't get out of this one alive. He does have the battle champs up. Ends up using it, but he's getting kited by Leon Baby right now. Still, Key's back into the fight. Leon Baby goes down. Now DP's here. Gets a scatter blast out. Key very, very low as DP uses the Ghost Scepter to get away. Ends up being 3 for 1 in favor of Carstens. They're showing signs of life right now. But this troll is an absolute menace, and they have not killed him yet.
No, they...
He's got a swift blink now, too.
Man is zooming in these fights. And I love it, too, because, like, you can use items now in the battle trance. Before, you just couldn't do anything. Like, you had to just run around. Couldn't use items or anything. He just swung his funny little arms like a madman, but here, like, he can dispel stuff twice. He can put the Mjolnir proc on him. He can speed himself up to the disperser. He can blink on people. Like, it's looking really good. He might get his Nature's Prophet, but not quite fast enough for that. And Doom has Refresher, by the way.
Smoke
So.
from Manta. I mean, he needs to just play with his team and get the double Doom off, and I think they win this. But it's pretty tough. Keep blinking up on the high grounds. Silenced by Blade Moose. In comes Gohan, though. Big blink. Die back on the Natures. Make coming around. Avo toss on to Gohan as the Doom comes around, as well as the Refresher. Gets the double pop on to the Luna. She has nowhere to run. Double kill for Gohan. Now he's just blinking a dive fountain. Gets the battle trance off. And GG called. Manta Esports win the series 2-0. They're going to face Yubi Warrior in the grand finals. That'll be streamed right here. So you won't want to go anywhere. I will have a different co-caster with me. Lobby will be going up shortly for that, so stay tuned. But until then, my name's been Finnick. That's been Angry Sun. We'll see you around. everybody, and welcome back. My name is Finnick, and I'm solo casting for this one, which means, much like with my other solo casts, I will be muting myself for the duration of draft. Once draft finishes, I will be back and ready to cast. Grand finals tonight: Manta Esports versus UB Warrior.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick. 10 seconds remaining.
Hello，队友呢？Hello。
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Rubik.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds Radiant remaining. Team ban. Radiant team pick. Dire team pick.
Grimstroke.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Vengeful spirit.
Radiant team pick.
Ripper!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Imber spirit.
Dire team pick.
Flada.
Dire team ban.
Wind Ranger at your service.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Lone Druid.
Templar
You
Assassin.
may now select your heroes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. I don't think the positions on the Wikipedia page are correct for UB Warrior, so I'm going to have to play this one by ear, because otherwise it's a Hoodwink 1, and I really doubt it's a Hoodwink 1. But you never know. They've got LD, they've got Doom. Doom, of course, something that we saw run rampant in the first series tonight. And LD, still pretty good, honestly, even after the nerfs. Seeing him a bit mid. Not really 3, but if the Wikipedia page is correct, it is an LD3. And Wind Ranger 5 and Hoodwink 1, but I really doubt we're going to see Hoodwink 1 unless this is some crazy C stuff that I've just never seen before. Meanwhile, Manta, pretty standard draft. They got for the Ember Spirit once again on Key. Eris once again on the Rubik. Slardar, they're picking this one up into the Doom. As Kimizu's pick. Grim as a pick away from the Doom pick. And Cooch was very decent on that. And Gohan TA. So this time, they picked a win early draft. As you take a look at starting items, yeah, it just looks like the Wikipedia page was a bit wrong on this one. So it is a Wind Ranger. It is a Wind Ranger 1, which still not something that we see a whole lot of at the moment. And an LD mid and a Doom 3. Just looking at items. So now to rearrange the positions for each of these players on my sheet. As we have a pause, like is always common in online Dota. Solo casting doesn't feel amazing, but I'm glad to be back in the booth for a grand finals. Unfortunately, we didn't get the Facebook gaming stream working today. Hopefully that will be fixed sometime soon. As oh, they're asking for a lobby remake. They got a bug. And we got a lobby remake, so we're gonna do that one more time. All right, we'll be right back after this. Alright, sorry about that. Had to remake the game under all pick and all that jazz, so we're gonna have to manually set the series when we remake the lobby. Or when we make the lobby for game 2, but that'll be fine. That'll be fine. Smoke out from Manta. And one from UB Warrior as well. You know, a bit of an interesting one. UB Warrior taking out the Immortal 2-0. The Immortal being one of the perennial favorites and upper seeds, being relatively low on our team from Myanmar that has won a lot off the back of good team play and great team fighting. So UB Warrior taking them out. There's one Goliath to take down, the other, of course, being Manta. UB Warrior feel like they've been in a couple TDLs before, but
The battle begins.
yeah, they have been in a couple TDLs before, but haven't always gotten the best of the Immortal or Manta Esports, so playing in finals. UB Warrior, of course, being a team from Mongolia. And Manta Esports of the Philippines. As I said before, they've swapped out their roster quite a bit since the last time I casted them. Picked up a couple players from Kai.
Это такая тушка! Это такая тушка!
I don't think so.
Eris making a nice dodge away from Aggie. But yeah, so take a look at bot, and actually Gohan goes down. This is a bit unfortunate for the TA. Obviously, Manta Esports have drafted a team comp that really needs to snowball and win early, and they are right now losing 3 lanes. Not the greatest way to start it out, especially when you've got a Gohan or a TA in your game. Obviously, it's ways to farm very quick with the melds and the traps, but it's not the greatest of starts for Manta Esports. UB Warrior, though, Staying ahead in 3 lanes, 2 out of the 3, really. Especially top lane going well for them as Gohan trades back onto the Doom bot. The mid lane going pretty well, 17-3 to 12-3. A lot of that can just be attributed to Lone Druid being Lone Druid. But this top lane, Kimizu is not having the best of times at the moment. JTR finds Cooch bot side, and Angie in trouble with the Shackle Shot lands. Fade Bolt and a Bash to the Deep. Good enough for the kill. 24 gonna try to get autos on a Kimizu, but can't quite make it, and Kimizu's making his way back in. Gets a Slithering Crush out, no Bash though. 24 will just trade on to the Manta support. Yeah, Kimizu, not the greatest of starts. 8-0 to 14-4. And we'll end up feeding his life here. So yeah, good start for UB Warrior thus far. Really good start for UB Warrior thus far.
Это такая тушка!
You didn't need that.
Kimizu up against an 8-stack stick on Wind Ranger. Getting a stick of his own. 24 going to try to contest the pull, but it is a stacked camp. Can Eris get this in time with the block? Yes, he does. Good pull by Manta. Does get pulled back into the range creep, though. I mean, Evolution going pretty much in favor of the Dire side, but a nice Slithering Crush does mean it should be a dead 24, even with the Power Shot going their way. Bash of the Deep for the kill.
You were out of your depth.
Meanwhile, in mid lane, Key has opted for 1-1-3, so going straight up farm build this game. Cooch finds JTR bot side. Gohan starting to get a CS lead for himself, but a lot of these are jungle creeps. So as we take a look at the net worth, sitting 3rd, still above the Doom, which is where you want, but the other 2 lanes are winning by about 500 gold apiece for UB Warrior. TP coming mid from the Hoodwink. Can't really refill a bottle from a hero that doesn't buy a bottle, but is planning to secure the 6-minute runes. TP from Eris. Getting the bottle for Key. 3 seconds on the runes. We'll see how it gets. Stun lands on a Key. Cooch is around. Rune spawns top. And a nice Ink Swell gets a kill on a 1 support. And now they're on a June as well. 3v1 in the mid lane should be enough to kill the Lone Druid, and it is. Key really needed that to get back into this. Now he's dead even. And he's going once again with that max flame guard. A bit more farm heavy. Meanwhile, bot side, Scotty barely able to get away from the refractioned up Gohan diving him under tower. Only level 4, Gohan's level 5 right now.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Has recovered that lane pretty beautifully in June. Not expecting the supports to stay around in the mid lane. Inksfall lands. Key's gonna try to remnant out of that one as the true form has already been expended from June. He's so low! Is Key gonna go for it? Yes, he does! The remnant in and out. But the tower should kill him. Ends up being a split bounty. And he didn't even get the kill there. That one going over to the Fade Bolt of Eris. That was really greedy from the Ember. It was all said and done. He is higher net worth now. Despite the early lane going definitely not in his favor. Scotty about to hit level 6. Pretty important up against the TA. And Kimizu, meanwhile, building in towards the Mask of Madness. Both threes are the poorest cores on the map right now. Class coming in on the Scotty bot side. Slight no change though. In comes the Remnant. Gonna look for the egg swell. Can they get the pop? No, they do not, but Gohan's here for the chase. Aggie finds Eris top side, but they find the silence onto the Doom, which means he can't get the Doom off. Just does in the nick of time onto the Ember Spirit, but with Gohan here, Scotty, best he can do is deny to creeps. Don't think he's gonna do it. Plants a trap. Eventually this Doom is gonna run out. And they'll get a chains out. There it is, slight chains, Gohan trying to get it. Can Scotty deny? No, but he gets out anyway. In comes the Remnant. Scotty is so low right now, but he's just wasting so much time from Manta. Making his way mid. One of the supports goes down. Kimizu's here with Eris, though. They're trying to kill the Spirit Bearer, but maybe not the Spirit Man himself. Gohan comes in, though, with the TP. Takes down June. Scotty has stayed alive for so long and wasted so much time from Manta's cores. Spot time for the LD to regain his net worth advantage. Fade Bolt on to 24. Gets a slithering crush. Key's here. Aggie's got nowhere to run. We'll try to get Eris at the very least. Win run to get away. Slithering crush and a bash for the kill. Key. Kill credit. Meanwhile, Gohan going in towards that Dragon Lance, as is expected for TA. Still sitting second poorest core as their team's won. Well, and we won is currently the richest core on the map. Does not feel amazing. But the poorest core on the map is Doom. And UB Warrior does not like that at all. He's going for that Midas too, because he's fallen so far behind. Not really an item you see a whole lot on Doom at the moment, as I think it's been mentioned by my co-caster, just all-important Shiva's Guard is just so important on the hero. You know, Cooch, Gohan, and Eris pick up 2 kills, but right now it does feel like Wind Ranger versus the world. The LD on par with all 3 Manta's cores, but this Doom falling further and further behind. The start of the game looked really good for UB Warrior, but Manta kept their heads up. Taking the tower bot side, doing what TA does best, which is melt towers and kill camps. If they invade Triangle, they'll find stacks. Don't know if they want to risk it quite yet, though. Eris moving up on a Triangle. Spot outside these stacks. Supports are just going to take that away from the other supports. Shackle shot hits. And a 2-man stroke of 8 as well. He is here. Great stun by the Hoodwink, but June loses his Spirit Bearer, has to go into the true form. Cooch Inkswells to try to get away, but JTR's got him with the ulti. He continues to move in, though, onto this Wind Ranger. Swap on Aggie. Down goes one. Eris in trouble. The Doom lands onto the TA, but Kimizu and Key, they're chasing on a JTR. Bash of the Deep does him in. Now a focus fire onto Gohan. He can't do a whole lot. Goes down. 3 for 2. Make that 4 for 2. Sorry, 3 for 3. Excuse me. Was originally fit a UB Warrior. This will become 4 for 3 very quickly as Aggie tries to Wind Run to get out. The Shackle does not land onto the tree, and Key gets another kill. I was about to say the fight went the way of UB Warrior, but it turns out in the end to go the way of Manta Esports. Ever just barely. An immediate smoke out. Maybe they find the LD. He does not have true form up for around 35 seconds. Bears on that refusal, going into that disperser. And the thing is, even if you get the Doom on the right target, sometimes you don't even win the fight. Key, though, making his way towards June. He's got the Inkswell. Did not have the Remnants, though. Meanwhile, Gohan spots 24 on a trap. Even with the Pavis and the swap, 24 should still go down. That is a lot of shields. And, oh, there we go. Meanwhile, bot side, another fight's breaking out. Eris pretty low, but the Inkswell gets a massive stun. Cooch might be the sacrifice, but the Slardar is already up on another high ground. They want Scotty so bad. Shackle not good enough to keep him up against the tree. As June finds Cooch, Kimuzu running away from the supports that he had dead to rights almost. GTR running back through the trees. Slowed up by the Diffusal Blade, getting more stuns in on towards that all-important Kimuzu. As Key's very low, he's trying to go on an Aggie. The health bars are just not there from UB Warrior, but they're staying alive throughout the extended fight. June in the true form for another couple seconds, but Kimuzu is chasing up on the high ground. Slight no chains, though. Manta Esports are going to take the extended fight, but a huge shackle from Aggie puts Key in a bit of trouble. The swap lands. So Aggie gets out with the shield. JTR are going to try to get the ulti out. Lands on a Cooch. And a slight from Key picks up the Venge. I'm getting a little bit of network lag once again. Right. Dota, come on. Like, this might be a Singapore server, but I'm from NA, but like, this shouldn't be happening. You can tell it's network lag and not frame lag because the animations continue.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Blessings.
4K net worth advantage for Manta now. I mean, this has been pretty back and forth. Except for Scotty, who has just not been having a good game at all. Give me getting the solo kill. I'm gonna restart my Dota client and hopefully fix the lag that way. So I will be right back in a second. Maybe not. No lag? No lag? Kimuzu blinks up. Gets the Inkswell out. The swap comes just in the nick of time. The Venge is still dead. And the stolen swap from Eris puts the Lone Druid in danger. Gohan getting that kill. It was a great stolen swap by Eris. And yes, I will be back shortly as I'm going to restart my Dota client. And we're back. Sorry about that, folks. Apparently these C servers are just not up to the task right now. Or the Singapore server is just not up to the task right now, but it's fine. Got a little jitter there, but hopefully things are better.
Radiant structures.
Scotty's got Doom up. The rest of his team's starting to TP in. If Gohan's not careful, he might fall. But he's got TPs coming in from Cooch. JTR thought he had the cat, but instead is in trouble. A beautiful blink away. In comes the focus fire, though. But the leash is huge. Lots of damage coming through. The Rubik pretty low right now. He's got the stolen swap shield, but he still falls. Doom used onto the TA. Cooch goes down. But in comes Key. And the slight chains onto Scotty. Stunned up by the hoodwink. Has to remnant away. Key so low. Gohan gets the meld and the refraction just in the nick of time. Tries to chase back on a JTR. And does. That's being 3 for 2 when it's all said and done. 24 is pretty low, taken down by that tower and the slight chains. Kimizu's hunting. He's got the blink, he's got the Mask of Madness. Blink, Slithering, Crush. Key steals it away with a slight. Man, the fight looked really good for UB Warrior, but I mean, these cores from Manta, even if you doom one of them, the other two are still going to be a problem. I think, as the saying goes, if you have one really good Doom target, it's a great Doom game. If you have two really good Doom targets, it's an okay Doom game. If you have 3 really good Doom targets, it's a bad Doom game. In this particular instance, it's more just he fell too far behind in lane. Has to go this Midas. Gonna be a really late Scotty timing on him. Just doesn't pump out the damage that you expect of Doom on this patch. But he's got 2 good Doom targets this game. We wouldn't really call Slardar a good one, so I'll give it's an alright Doom game, but you can only Doom one person. Only Doom one person. Let's see if you got Ags. Still Manta. Firm control of this game right now. Taking a look at the Builder Plus. 61% only, though. Stock in the LD right now. Taking a look at the items. Spirit Brier's got the completed Disperser. Going to the Assault Karas. As Manta gets a Shard. This one goes to Eris. Ally Telekinesis. Pretty good for save. That said, it's 20 minutes, you got a TA on your team, and it's Manta Esports. They're doing what they've done the last 2 games and go straight for Roche on the Radiant side. Taking a second. Pink's coming out. UB Warrior knows this is going on, but I mean, meld plus traps, there is not a whole lot Roshan can do, and not a whole lot UB Warrior can do to get into this. Immediate smoke out of the pit from Manta. They're going to look to take a fight off this. If they can get onto June or onto Aggie, it'll be really good for them. And it looks like they'll find Aggie. She doesn't know she's dead yet. Because the blink, Slithering Crush. Pavis used on Aggie. Slight, no chains though, so Aggie gets away just barely. They're gonna push this tower with the aid of the Aegis. Taking tower with Refraction. Blink, Slithering Crush. True form used by June though. So they'll stay alive for the time being. Eris stole something. It's going to be a win run. Glyph used. Push coming in top. Kimizu wants Scotty. It's got a whole 2 levels up on Scotty. Does have the ult up though. And the completed Chivas. Meanwhile, in the mid lane. Slight chains onto 4. Pavis saving the Hoodwink for the time being. Nearly falling in the end. Gohan dies. Takes down JTR pretty low, but he's stunned up. Swapped by 24 as well. As he's trying to take care of these supports, Kimizu and company are taking care of the cores. Aggie goes down. The LD to follow. Key with the double kill. TA ends up losing the Aegis to the 2 supports, but we're not talking about that. Got that core vision. Scotty trying to run away right now. Gets out.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And Gohan gonna do TA things mid lane, even without the Aegis. One for the Monkey King bar, second item. Or I should say first real item.
Dire's middle tower
After the Blink and the Dragon Lance, so now able to deal with Windrunner relatively effectively. Kimizu got his Ags completed. And Key's got the Mage Slayer, he's got the Maelstrom going into the Lincolns. Man's an absolute monster right now, though. Currently setting 8-1 and 7. We saw him play this well in game number 1 of the last series. Shackle, Focus Fire, Doom as well. Good enough to take down 1. Gohan swapped up to the high ground. Does have the ability to get the refraction out. In comes Key. He's got a lot of damage to the rest of his team, but they lose the TA in the meantime. And Key, he's keeping on fighting. Everyone is caught away from him. Stunned up by the Hoodwink. The leash lands. Still doesn't matter. Key goes down. All 3 cores dead for Manta. This might even be a full wipe. Eris has nowhere to run. Still gets a Fade Bolt, so they get something out of it. But a full wipe for 1 in favor of UB Warrior. Just a really messy fight for Manta, and UB Warrior takes full advantage of it. I mean, it looked like a great chains, but unfortunately, I mean, UB Warrior just had the better engage. They were able to take down the Slardar, and without the Slardar running disruption in the fight, making sure people stay put, your TA gets stunned up, gets taken down, and there's only so much a lone Ember Spirit can do. It's brought the game right back to even in the eyes of Gaben. Still. Well, the game right back to even. You need to take a look on where that gold went. UB Warrior, the Doom, has back into the game. Thanks to the Midas. He's got the completed Shivas. He's got the Blink going into a Yule Scepter of his own. He's sitting pretty. The Wind Ranger also looking very nice. That's the Manta going into the Aghanim Scepter, following the Maelstrom. And June on the LD, unfortunately, is the poorest core in the game right now. Not really something you think about with LD. Still, Disperser on Bear going in towards the Assault Kuras, and the Hoodwink falls. Manta Esports may have lost the 1 fight, but they definitely aren't out of it quite yet. But UB Warrior showing very strong signs right now. She almost said completed Assault Kuras on the Bear. I mean, Scotty, I mean, just the Doom. Such an important spell. I found the right target for it, too. Getting it onto the Slardar, not something you would typically associate with being a great Doom target, but in this particular instance, he's like spamming those abilities, being able to shut him down enables UB Warrior to stop Manta from taking control of the fights. Gohan going to Lincoln's as well. I mean, this is pretty obvious Lincoln's buy from, is it all 3 cores? Just 2 of them for now. Pretty obvious Lincoln's buy from Manta. You know, on the off chance they doom your Lincolns, or, you know, the first time your Lincolns gets revealed, it's off of a doom. It's pretty invaluable.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Focus fire bot. Takes the tower, but T2 top side
Is under attack.
will fall in favor of Manta.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
He was there just farming up to BKB. They're really letting the Slardar get really greedy right now, so I think they recognize the importance of the Slardar in the fights. They want him to have that BKB, so he's untouched by anyone who isn't named Doom. And it's coming on Courier now.
Under attack.
And Manta. Now with the smoke. Moving bot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And TP's out from UB, so they smoke themselves. A little smoke on smoke action never hurt anyone, but Roche. It's an immediate spawn. Neither team knows this though, so Roche is gonna head down bot. Literally a 0-second spawn. I don't think I've seen one of those in a hot minute. Neither team waiting for it. In comes Kimizu, gets the blink out, gets the BKB as well. Down goes the Lone Druid, and that's a huge source of damage off the table as Cooch continues to kite the Wind Ranger. 24 goes down. Scotty running away. In comes the Remnant. They found Aggie on it. Gets a Slithering Crush, and down goes the Wind Ranger. Hoodwink, next one to fall. Very clean fight from Manta, and Roche has moved down bot. If they check the pit, this is an easy Aegis for them. And they do. And it is. I feel like this one you're giving to the Ember now. Still could be the TA, though. TA's got the link that's coming on Courier, though. Who did they give it to? They gave it to Gohan. Okay. Could have gone either. Hey, there's a Roshan's banner in pit. Make sure you grab that. There you go. Taking that teleporter top. Gohan about to hit level 20. I did not realize there's a Meld Dispels talent in the game. Hoodwink caught. And the push on the high ground by Manta. Eris goes invis. Four staffs up. Lift not available quite yet. It's Aggie. Swapped away, trying to get out. Scotty's here, still the leash lands. Gohan's doing quite a lot of damage with the side blades. And a stolen swap from Eris. Delete the Doom. Absolutely what you wanted, and only thing better than Avenge with swap is Rubik with swap. Isn't that right? Gohan trying to delete a support. 24 goes down. Immediate buyback from the Doom. Buyback from the Venge as well. Down goes the Grimstroke. The TPs are coming in. They've got the Fear onto Key. The Doom lands onto the Ember Spirit. Well, they should be able to kite this one out. Even with all the buybacks. Swap lands. In comes a massive slithering crush from Kimizu, though. And Gohan survives through it all. Down goes the Vengeful Spirit. Key is out of the Doom now, and he's ready to fight. Gohan, he's got the Meld Strikes on the JTR. Takes him down. And a beautiful Inkswell coming in off the Remnant. Key continues the fight onto June and Aggie. Aggie's found the Shackle. Gets the kill. Gohan's onto June. The buyback from Key. Back into the Remnant. Aggie, he's running for his life, but he cannot get away. And Manta Esports come out ahead of the fight. More buybacks being used. This is the C special we all came here for. A dieback on the Hoodwink. Aggie trying to get the focus fire off. Gets it onto Keys, running away. The Shackle lands. Gohan trying to get damage onto Aggie. Goes into the Aegis. Aggie barely surviving. And the Lincolns was popped too. And Key's back into the fight. It was a 6-man buyback fight. Sorry, yeah, 6. 4 of them were on UB Warrior. 2 of them are on diebacks right now. Scotty. He goes down. It's a dieback on the Doom. In comes 24. I think Manta know that if they can just kill the Wind Ranger, this game is in the bag. 100 up in 2 seconds isn't really a threat to them right now. And Gohan is just absolutely massive. June TPing in with the LD. He's going for the Aghanim Scepter too. He knows how important this is. We'll push on the high ground. A big slithering crush. 100 seconds dieback on the Wind Ranger. Might actually be game. No buybacks on the Doom, no buybacks on the Wind Ranger. Gohan and the rest of Manta pushing onto the high ground. And they'll go once again. 4 megas. Just absolute domination from Manta over the last 15 or 20 minutes. Deleting the Venge right off respawn. 46 seconds on the Wind Ranger, and Megas have spawned. Still 2 cores up for UB Warrior. They might try to make a fight out of it at the very end. But what even is Scotty to do? He can try to get a Blink Doom off. Maybe onto Key, but maybe trying to get Gohan, but he's caught with the slight chains back into the telekinesis. Self-uses to stay alive, but in comes the leash, and he leashes him to the bear. June extremely low. Kimizu blinks and takes care of the LD. Down goes the Doom. Please don't do it. Don't do it. Wind Ranger's back up. Scurry getting stolen. Eris continues to try to scurry. The swap lands 24 into Eris, but he's able to force staff himself back onto the low ground as Gohan getting damage onto the Wind Ranger illusions. And they let the creeps kill the Ancient. Manta Esports take game number 1. And we'll get ready for game 2 when we return. Manta Esports up 1-0 in the series. Can they take it against UB Warrior? Will we get a game 3? You'll find out right after this. back, everybody. Much like game number 1, I'm going to mute myself for a draft, but UB Warrior chose Radiant side, and Manta Esports chose first pick. So, with that knowledge, enjoy the draft.
5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Imber spirit.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Vengeful spirits. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Radiant team ban. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Radiant team.
Red Rider!
Quick.
10 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Ripper.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Faceless Void.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Slada.
Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team pick.
Life Stealer.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Tinker!
You may now select your heroes.
Hello. Got a bit of a spicy one. Eris got his Bat Rider, which has been banned away from him most of these games, which means that we're on to a Cooch Rubik instead of an Eris Rubik. And Safe Lane Lifestealer, not something I've seen a whole lot of this patch. Meanwhile, we have a Tinker in the game from UB Warrior. Scotty on the Mars. It's the pick where specialists have had some decent times on it, but otherwise doesn't look particularly great, so hopefully Scotty can show us what for on it. Still, Tanker from UB Warrior. That is a wrench if I've seen one, but so is the Lifestealer even. Taking into a Faceless Void, and UB Warrior are, I think, very happy with this draft now. With the Faceless and the Mars both bringing excellent teamfight ability. And Tinker being an absolute... I mean, Tinker's not... Like, it's not a Tinker patch, but Tinker is an absolute menace in any game that he's in. I said, Eris Bat Rider has been banned away from him all day. So, I'm excited to see how this goes. I think Bat Rider is not something you see a whole lot of at the moment, but what we are seeing is a Specialist Bat Rider player playing position for Bat Rider. Because not only do we not see a lot of Bat Rider, we don't see, like, any Bat Rider support. Not for a very long time. Most recent Bat Rider phase, he was 1, 2, or 3. He could be played all 3 positions. It really wasn't played 4.
What did you learn?
30 seconds to battle.
You've been voided. You've been voided.
2 rooms apiece, no invades. Manta, we're looking pretty good in this draft. You know, I was trying to remember what team Drick went to, which was the longtime position 4 for Manta Esports. Drick actually went on to make it all the way to CQs with Team Darling, of which Cuckoo's on the team playing position 3. So Drick moving on up in the world, playing a team that made it through to CQs. They ended up getting all the way up to finals for CQs, but missed out on participating in Dream League Season 22. Unfortunately, or as this was Dream League CQs, I meant. Still. So Manta Esports backfilled the position with player from Team Kai, that being Eris, who is currently on that Bat Rider and making this lane absolute hell for 24.
You wish.
Kimizu continuing to move on 24. This should be first blood, and it is. A good Bat Rider can make lanes absolute hell to play into. I think Eris is showing that quite nicely. I think he's actually getting pretty decent compared to June right now. He really likes this Max Flame Guard. Which makes sense up against this rather annoying hero that is Tinker, although laser is pure damage, so it is one of the few abilities that's good against that. I'm interested to see how well Scotty plays this Mars. It's not a hero that I've said it a lot. It's, if you've ever watched my channel before, you'll know that I'm not a big fan of Mars. A lot of this comes down to the fact that his hero design is designed not very consistently. Everything's a skill shot. Yes, they combo together kinda to get better skill shots, but his ultimate's on a low cooldown, but he can be countered pretty easily by BKBs, so you know, he has lower cooldown than the BKBs, but it's really difficult to actually for your team to play around that ulti. And as you see bot side, Eris ends up losing his life and the starters as well. Actually, he'll stay alive, but the starter goes down. So, to be generous, I think it's not the most consistent hero. I think you really have to be a specialist to play him, and when he's quote-unquote good, he typically has, in professional play, or when he's getting picked a lot in professional play, he typically has around a 40% win rate, if that. And a lot of that comes down to the fact that people oftentimes overestimate their ability on Mars, which is why I compare Mars to how Slacks describes Wind Ranger. Obviously, Wind Ranger is a more consistent hero now. Significantly more consistent after they changed how Shackle works, but... or they changed the Shackle hitboxes, but... you know... it's a very similar kind of thing, where the hero design is very much League of Legends. Which is fine in League of Legends. Actually, Mars would be absolutely broken in League, right? Any sort of terrain, or any sort of terrain builder is, and his ultimate kind of being a larger version and a more teamfight-centric version of the Jarvan ulti does feel pretty nice. Kill coming to mid. Key should die to the tower. Nope. Slice to get away, but JTR kills him. But yeah, it's like Mars kind of being this combination of a bunch of different League of Legends abilities. You know, Pantheon Spear. Well, it's kind of like the difference between Pantheon Sphere and Vayne Q. Kimizu very much in trouble bot side. Gets a bash on Aggie, but 24 takes him down. It's actually... You know, that Batrider looked really good for the first blood, but the spot lane not going quite so hot now. Really, that level 6 is the important time for Batrider. And Scotty finds Cooch topside, so... All around, UB Warrior feeling pretty good everywhere except for mid. Winning 2 lanes, but... One of these lanes by 700 gold right now. Gohan is not having a good time. Lifestealer is a pick I've seen Gohan play a couple of times. Unfortunately, I'm not as up to date on the players from UBW. But I've seen Gohan play Lifestealer a handful of times. I think he's decent on the hero, but a lot of the times he picks... A lot of times this Lifestealer pick ends up coming up as like a, we don't know what to do, we're gonna draft Lifestealer from Manta. And here I don't really see Lifestealer as like an answer to anyone other than the Mars, and I think that's why they picked it. It's basically like, well, you can't catch Lifestealer and Mars ulti due to Rage, but he doesn't really have any like high health targets that he's very good at melting, and generally speaking, I think there are other cores that do better in lane and in fights than him at the moment. And you do have an Infest bomb delivery on Slardar, so maybe that's the angle they were going for as well, but... And we saw how good Kimizu is on that Slardar previously, so perhaps I'm worried over nothing, but... One lane winning for Manta, and that lane is winning the hardest out of any lane right now. One lane winning fairly hard for UB Warrior, that being top side, and then the other lane going dead even. Sardar's the lane you really want to try to get ahead, if you can. Just because Slardar is such a snowbally hero. So long as you're not behind, you're probably fine, but you are behind the Mars ever so slightly, about 200 gold. And Mars is a hero that needs to win lane and definitely has top side. But yeah, this Tinker, it's very unfortunate because I can't really say a whole lot on Tinker at the moment because he's not broken. What I will say is losing lane to the Ember Spirit that hard is going to hurt, especially because we've seen throughout 3 matches, or the two previous matches today that he's played this Ember, that he is a very good Ember player. And I think that you run into some issues dealing with this Ember Spirit this game because you don't really have any sort of reliable lockdown for him. Yeah, the Vengeful Spirit, kind of able to maybe make some disruption in the fights, but you don't have the Doom that was so important out locking down this Ember Spirit previously. I mean, I will say quite a few teams from TDLC, because we were on that topic, have played in the OQs. The Immortal, Karstens, D-Roar, 500 Bananas, Manta Esports played through these OQs. I mean, Team Darling, OQ 1 to finals for the other. Kobolds playing through Team Tough, I think we've had a couple times. UB Warrior, obviously. I already mentioned Karstens. So it's really nice to see the teams that we cast here in TDL making names for themselves through the other qualifiers. And of course, players moving on to bigger and better stacks. But yeah, that's CQ performance from Team Dartling. Unfortunately, I didn't really watch CQs at all, so fortunately I didn't get to cheer them on live. But as I said, it was nice to see TDL graduates do bigger and better things. Of course, Stream League Season 22. C's got Aurora, which is the 23 Savage team, and A's got Shopify. And that is it from our two regions where we run. A bit unfortunately. But I'm a bit excited. You know, Dream League's coming up. We got everybody ready to go and getting into the first somewhat major tournament of 2024. Who was the SA squad who made it through? It was Heroic. Actually wanted to see if we had any of our... None of our TDL squads made it into CQs for that. Let me look at OQs. Kali participated in OQ number 1, or was top 16 in OQ number 1. Was there for OQ number 2 as well? Yeah, this pause has been taking a while. I'm gonna... Well, we're good now. Not exactly sure what happened there. Gave us a little bit of time to talk about the OQs for Dream League. Unfortunately, the North American tournament hasn't been... didn't do as many teams as usual this past weekend. Or, actually this weekend. We've got they got delayed a weekend, so maybe that had something to do with them. Just with scheduling and the likes, but... We have, playoffs for that tomorrow, or I should say today, during the North American afternoon. And of course, being TDL Americas, which is where we started. As teams from NA, SA, and elsewhere in Latin America. Had a couple Eastern European teams participate in TDL Americas as well, playing on high ping. Got a decent job of it.
The rune of regeneration.
TDL Asia has been A fun one to participate in cast. We've got a lot of consistent teams that really like joining the tournament. A lot of teams I have fun casting. So the Lifestealer goes down, so does 24 in the mid lane.
Flames clear the way.
But yeah, key on this Ember. This one also a pickup from Team Kai. You still got the Team Kai tags on him. So one of the perennials here in TDL Asia. Still, this Manta Esports roster,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
being one of the perennial favorites.
You were doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Let's do this. Yeah, things looking pretty good for Manta Esports right now, but as you see, 51% win prob. Experience pretty much even. And this gold lead's on the Ember Spirit, which feels really nice, but their position 1 is kind of down in the dirt right now. Gohan not looking very nice. But he's Lifestealer, he can come on later and be fine. Down goes the Rubik, down goes JTR. Trader supports. But, no, him being Lifestealer. Unfortunately, that Radiance item is still pretty expensive.
Never refuse gold.
But once he gets the Radiance, he'll be able to farm back up into this game. But he is not coming online in time for the Faceless Void. There's only 200 gold behind the Faceless now I'm thinking about it. But he's not coming online in time with this Mars. But the 3s are pretty even right now on that mid lane deficit. Or that mid lane gap is very massive right now. 2,500 gold almost. Eris is going to be the sacrifice bot side. JTR with the kill credit. June going in towards that Blink Dagger.
Radiant's middle tower is
Gohan's lane just not going well against Scotty at all. Gets the rage off. And the slow. Key's making his way in with the invis rune. Slight, or chains into slight, excuse me. And so Key gets the kill credit, and that'll relieve some of the pressure onto Gohan. Yeah, he's not even going for the armlet anymore, just going Midas first. He knows how much gold he needs, he knows how far behind he is, as June just cannot do anything right now. This is the second series this, or second game today, where we've seen Keem absolutely dumpster on somebody mid lane. We saw it game number 1, or we saw in the first game of the series with going into that the Earth Spirit, where lane phase was started out all right for the Earth Spirit, but then Key just ended up snowballing and controlling that game.
structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Solo ult onto Cooch. Gohan coming in with the rage. They've got the break on the Key as well. Trying to take some damage on the 24 as the tower goes down. Key getting the slight chains out. Needs to get away with the Remnant and does. Now Gohan's all alone. Swapped out. Gets the Infest off. In comes Key. Slight, no chains though. That's good enough to kite away from UB Warriors. So they take that top lane tower and only lose the Rubik for it. Meanwhile, bot side. Kimizu. Sitting second in the net worth, but only barely above his lane opponent. But yeah, straight Midas for Gohan. Has a gauntlet of strength in there as well when he was building the armlet, but not going to completely go for that yet. Scotty spies out Cooch.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And Eris does have Lasso now.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant are scanning.
June TP Blink.
To Inferno.
Obi Warrior. Making their way down bot with the smoke. June caught that with the slight chains. Keys in the Mars ult. That was a great arena. The swap on Eris dooms him as well. Himizu's here, trying to trade back on a 24. Cooch actually got the stolen Blazer. So Kimizu and Cooch.
Radiant's top tower.
The Mars ult down. The Lifestealer on their way. I think they might actually want to extend this. Chrono's down. They could go for Aggie. With the Lifestealer here. Infest onto Key. I don't know yet, but Kimizu really wants Aggie. Getting the vision. In comes Key. Round them forward. Gets the chains out. Right back into the Infest. Bomb! Cooch gets the kill credit. JTR trying to run away. They'll be able to successfully. Now, top 3 net worth cores are all Manta. And you, Gohan's inflated that gold somewhat with the Hand of Midas, but now going in towards that Radiance and eventually a Manta. This tanker is worth almost as low as the supports from Manta. Almost as low as the supports from Manta, so yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen Tinker a whole lot in this patch. Maybe it's good situationally. Maybe it's just a comfort hero. Aggie. Solo Chrono for the kill on the Lifestealer. Kimizu, Key, and Cooch. I might try to take this, actually. Got the slight chains. Chrono's down. Immediate bash of the deep and a stolen laser. Key gets the kill on Aggie. That magic wave of terror stolen. Scotty playing forward, has the ultimate available to him. They got the stun up against the tree, but Scotty, he's way too low right now. The swap comes out, but Key, he's chasing on to Scotty on the backside of the fight. 24, pretty low. Key running away from JTR in June now. Mars stays alive. TP coming in from Eris, though. Does have the golden lasso, or... It's not Wonder Woman. Does have the flaming lasso in 12 seconds. As a bash of the deep kills JTR after stolen bushwhack stuns him against the tree. 24 now getting dove. Good to Pavis out, but not a whole lot you can do as the Venge in that particular scenario. If I continues mid, Aggie, 75 seconds on the chrono. Stolen bushwhack feels nice as well. Gonna try to make this play on Eris. Has the golden lasso up, trying to use it just to buy a little bit of time, but he's taken out by the sharpshooter. Still, Key's here. Infest is up. Gohan rages off and just massive stuns coming in from Manta Esports. Even with the Bushwhack landing, I don't think Aggie's going to live through this. In comes the Infest Bomb, but Gohan ends up falling to the combined might of Scotty and JTR. Key's in a little bit of trouble, but he turns that around in a reverse style on to the enemy 3 as Kimizu chases on to the support. And it's 1 for 4 in favor of Manta.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, that's
Dire's top tower is under attack.
it's a little bit unfortunate for UB Warrior now. This tanker is worth less than the Rubik, as it stands. I'm not question marking the tinker pick, because I get that, like, I get that his items are good, right? Like, Shiva's is a very good item right now. So I can't, like, heart too much on the pick, but it absolutely just got stomped in the lane and has not been looking good this game. So you can't really make a statement about the pick, but you can definitely say it was not the correct pick into this particular Ember Spirit. And 2 members of UB Warrior are dead, but a huge chrono from Aggie. Gets 1. On Kimizu, gets the BKB out. There's a buyback from JTR, landing the stun. Kimizu goes down, double kill off the bash from Aggie, and a Bushwhack lands onto Key. Remnant's up on the high ground. Aggie with a follow. Infest, though. Now Aggie's got to be careful. In comes the Infest bomb. Back into the last one, but the swap lands. So 24 will be the sacrifice for his core. Getting the Hoodwink as well now. That's a dieback on the Hoodwink. Now Aggie's got to be careful. I don't think you want to take this one. But does have the time walk to get out of dodge. Gohan gets the rage off to not get stunned up against the arena. I mean, you couldn't have telegraphed an arena harder if you tried. Eris trying to deny himself to creeps now. He's just getting out. What can Scotty even do here? He's Pavised by 24. Swap lands for extra shields. I honestly prefer the flat damage reduction. Like, I know Venge is still good right now, but I honestly prefer the flat damage reduction as like a Venge core player to the shield. Like, I understand why they made the change, but or the percentage damage reduction or what have you. That's because it feels tankier as the Venge when you get that damage reduction off. But we're moving a lot of tankiness to shields now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Key. And Eris onto JTR. Trying to scurry out the Remnant. Guarantees the kill. Key is 10-2 and 11 now. Just an absolute monster on this Ember Spirit. I feel like the respect just wasn't given after the game number 1 performance with the bans that came out from UB.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Kimizu building in towards this BKB, but the courier brings the blink. Radiant's complete.
Radiant's middle
Gohan going for the Ags. And it's Manta Esports in TDL.
Radiant are
So, 20 minutes. They go for Roche. They've got a good Roche taker on their team, and the percent health damage coming in from the Lifestealer, so they should take this relatively quickly.
Dire structures are
Plus, the bashes coming in from Kimizu do help.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Dire structures are falling. Roshan has fallen to the
Gohan grab the Aegis, immediate TP top. Chrono's up for Maggie. Well, I have to kill Gohan twice now. Manta's only sitting at 68% win prob according to Gaben. I'm not sure why. See if they can get the kill on a key. Nope. Even with that Bushlack lands, I think there are too many members of Manta in the area.
Radiant's
And Gohan just solo pushing towers with the Aegis. JTR lands the Bushwhack. Stun up against the tree. They kill him once. Aggie's ready with the Chrono. Eris is around. In comes the Chrono. Trying to get the Flame Break stun back into the Chrono. Won't make it. In comes the arena. Eris goes down. Key's here alongside Kimizu. Massive stuns once again from Kimizu. The man is a goat on these engage heroes. Key will lose his life, but that fight could have gone significantly worse for Manta. That's it being 3 and a buyback for 4. Oh, fight recap. There you go. Like, fight could have gone way worse for Manta, but at the end of the day, that is still a good fight for UB Warrior. Yeah, and this is why you don't solo push as a carry if your team's not ready to jump. They thought they maybe it would have had, I mean, up against the Chronos here, I think. Like, even if that Flame Break stuns the Mars onto the Chrono, I don't think it's gonna change the outcome of that fight at all. Eris running away, but Kimizu's here. Looks at the bash on the JTR, but the Scurry's down. Going on in the area though, gets the rage off. Trying to get the squirrel through the trees. Root lands. Gone in trouble, but Kimizu and Key are around. Now damage on to June, who was starting to come back into this game, but isn't really having it. Nagi just nowhere to run. The rest of his team is nowhere to be seen because they're all dead. Gohan trying to duke it out against Aggie, but the rest of the team for Manta is around. Now it's just a Hoodwink versus the world. Kimizu is very hungry. He's got the blink. Still rooted up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Instead, Manta gonna go for the tower.
Is under attack.
And the Hoodwink as well. And because we're only 25 minutes into the game, UB Warrior has not saved for buybacks. Not going to be enough to break the high ground quite yet, but 16 seconds on the poorest core in the game, and then the second poorest 13 seconds. Really, they don't have fighting chances for another 21. I will have Chrono up for that.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So Manta's going to be happy forcing the double glyph. I don't know if they're going to go more than just these melee racks.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack. Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen.
Just the melee racks and get out. Let's see, who's got that Aghanim Scepter now.
A soldier's fortune.
And now an Aghanim Shard as well. That open wounds, pretty nice. And now I'm gonna say infest when he infests an enemy with open wounds. I mean, Jin's got the all-important Shiva's guard, but still pretty poor right now. Pipe coming in for Eris. He's not even going for a Blink Dagger this game. Manta and Mjolnir completed for Aggie. It's the one core of his team that's doing all right in comparison to a Manta core. But it's still 16k down, 79% win prop for Manta. They broke the base. JTR going top. Gets rooted up. Gets taken down.
Never refuse good.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Man, Eris keeps getting caught out trying to do Batrider things. The rest of his team's here, though. Kimizu's here with the Infest Bomb. Trying to kill Aggie. They got the bash. How does Slither crushing the Infest, but they won't want to risk the Chrono when they don't have vision on the rest of UB Warrior.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Infest once again on Kimizu. They're gonna look for Aggie again. Gets a Blink, Slithering Crush, bash on the deep. There's no way out for the Faceless. Couldn't even Chrono if he wanted to. And with no buyback, this could spell game. At the very least, the racks in the bot lane. Manta do like not going straight for the throat. Typically take their time with the Megas. In comes the Arena of Blood, the Mars. Really stuck in there with Gohan. And, of course, Kimizu on the Slardar. Manta gonna keep going for more racks. Looking to make this early Megas.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Oh, never mind. They keep pushing on the Tinker. In comes the Bushwhack. Scotty in a 1v4. Can't do anything.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Chrono's here up in 16 seconds. Really requires a God Chrono, but these buyback or these respawn timers with no buybacks make this really difficult to actually defend the base. I think Manta might even, if they get Hyphy, they might be able to even go for the T4s. Bash lands on a 24. Got her. And just these respawn timers are not working in UB Warrior's favor at all. They're all just too desynced from each other. They're gonna get the Mars and the Tinker back up in time. So Manta, instead of going for the third set of racks, they decided to go a little bit for T4s. Didn't end up working out that well for them, but it is daytime and Roshan is spawning in 41 seconds.
Radiant are scanning.
Go for my master.
Radiant are scanning.
Not gonna lie, this Batrider pick for a specialty that's been banned away against them every game hasn't looked amazing this game, but Manta as a whole are just on fire, especially their cores and the Rubik. I mean, Eris looked very good on the Rubik in the other games, but I mean, Cooch is looking amazing on this game as well. He's had so many great stolen bushwhacks and stolen lasers early on. Roche has respawns, but Manta instead decided to take the fight. Chrono lands onto 4 members, but unfortunately for him, Cooch has a lot of damage on the side and steals Chrono. goodbye to the Hoodwink. Find plenty of time for the rest of his team to come in. No one died in that chrono. No one died in the first one either. Cooch blinking in, getting the telekinesis blink out by Scotty. Akimazu blinks behind, and down goes the Mars. The Venge is dead as well.
Vengeful chicks rule. They also die.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Get the banner. There you go. Rashawn's banner, which is definitely not Banner of Commands, but better. Remember banner. This is the my old days of my previous life as a League of Legends caster is catching up to me. I've mentioned League of Legends like multiple times this game. What does that make me? What does that make me, huh? I'm having a little bit of a breakdown now. Nah, it's Rashawn's banner. Better than Banner of Command because it buffs more than one minion. Creep. Crap! I have League of Legends on the mind. Why? Instead, it's more akin to a Baron buff in one lane.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Gohan and Kimizu onto the support. What did Cooch still? It was God's Rebuke. Aggie's here. 16 seconds on the chrono. They're going to try to buy some time with the Arena of Blood. In comes Kido. Down goes the Mars. Gets the buyback off the Venge. Eris. Flaming Lasso onto June, who tries running away, but with the TP, Slithering Crush doesn't land. In comes Aggie. In comes the chrono. Lands onto 3 members, but importantly, not onto Ki and not onto Gohan. So even if they take down Cooch, which they do, Aggie is not going to be long for the world. And the buyback comes in from the Rubik. Infest Bomb on Aggie. Nothing he can do. June tries to run away, but the GG is already called. And Manta Esports are your TDL Asia 14 champions. It's a good showing from Manta, as they so often do in TDL, but I hope to see some more action in 2 weeks. We're going to get more fun stuff for you. TDL Asia continues. Seeds get reseeded and brackets get made. But until then, my name's been Finnick, and I will see you around.
Thank you.